Reminder, cell phones off, ideally out of the room. Are we live, Joe?
We are live, man.
Hey, welcome everyone to Masterclass Day 2. We're very excited to be here. We're going to get rolling right away. Try to stay on time the best we can. First up, we've got actors Brian and Saya working through an excerpt from the play Barefoot in the Park by Neil Simon.
Well, how about that, Mr. This is going to be a fiasco tonight. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what I call the complete gentleman. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home.
All right, let's go back. Even that part, very real, very grounded. I think we talked about this. There's a ridiculousness when she says, "That's what I call a complete gentleman." So you've got to earn that moment. Let's see if we can get there.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, how about that, Mr. This is going to be a fiasco tonight. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what I call the complete gentleman. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home. Maybe he'll sleep over. Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Sheik of Budapest. Boy, what a night. Hey, I got a plan. Let's take the bottle of scotch downstairs, ring all the bells, and yell police, just to see who comes out of whose apartment. Paul! What's the matter, darling? Don't you feel well?
Late. So let's go back, Saya.
Yeah.
Why'd you say yeah?
I didn't feel right.
Okay. So remember, the whole time, trying not to be drunk is how you're going to be drunk. If you, like when you noticed him go, I saw you notice and I saw you kind of ignore it. Let her notice. But she won't maybe put 2 and 2 together, but because if you happen to have looked, and maybe you shouldn't have, but if you happen to, it's like he just got up and left. Then let her have a thought about it. Then let her move on to the next thing.
Okay.
She's really sort of she's playing in her own mind, and she is celebrating a job well done. She planned this whole thing, executed to perfection. The guy's taking home the girl. everything works out, it's a happy ending, you know. So just really get into that, like, let me see, if you would this time, let me see Saya.
Okay.
Bring you into this.
Okay. Still drunk though, right?
Yes.
But not trying to be drunk.
Yes, but just like, you know, I want to hear your voice, and the way you play drunk is like, drunk is going to be you, just slower. Sometimes louder, but not always. It's like everything takes a little more effort. And that's it. Depending on how drunk you are.
Okay.
Okay? Mm-hmm. Brian, come on back. And we talked about your thing there, but really listen. And then when you leave, you got to stay in the scene. Like as an actor, not as the character, but the actor's got to be ready for that entrance. Your line should come right as her line ends.
Okay. Cool.
Well, how about that, Mr. This is going to be a fiasco tonight? He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what I call the complete gentleman. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home. Maybe he'll sleep over. Hey, Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Sheik of Budapest. Boy, what a night. Hey, I got a plan. Let's take the bottle of scotch downstairs, ring all the bells, and yell, "Police!" Just to see who comes out of whose apartment. Paul! What's the matter, darling? Don't you feel well?
What a rotten thing to do. To your own mother.
What?
Do you have any idea how she felt just now? Do you know what kind of a night this was for her?
Not over yet.
You didn't see her sitting here 2 minutes ago. You were upstairs with that Hungarian Duncan Hines. Well, she was miserable. Her face was longer than that trip we took tonight.
She never said a thing to me.
She's too good a sport. She went the whole cockeyed way. Boy, oh boy. Dragging a woman like that all the way out to the middle of the harbor for a bowl of sheep dip.
It was Greek bean soup. And at least she tasted it. She didn't jab at it with her knife, throwing cute little epigrams like, ho, 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 I think there's someone in there.
That's right, that's right. At least I was honest about it.
Go back that line again.
That's right, that's right.
Okay. If you have a repeat, there's a reason.
Okay?
Take your time and find it.
That's right. That's right. At least I was honest about it. You ate 2 bowls because you were showing off for Al Capone at the next table.
What are you so angry about, Paul?
I just told you. I felt terrible for your mother.
Why? Where is she at this very minute? Alone with probably the most attractive man she's ever met. Don't tell me that doesn't beat hell out of hair curlers in the late show.
Oh, I can just hear it now. What sparkling conversation. He is probably telling her about a chicken cacciatore he once cooked for the High Lama of Tibet. And she's sitting there, shoving pink pills in her mouth.
Go back, Brian. Do that again. You were close. Then you threw away the end.
Okay? To go back to the beginning of it?
No, right there. What sparkling conversation?
What sparkling conversation. He's probably sitting there. Nope, he's not sitting.
Yeah. And now guess what? Wait. Trust. Go ahead.
Oh, I can just hear it now. What sparkling conversation. He's probably telling her about a chicken cacciatore he once cooked for the High Lama of Tibet, and she's sitting there shoving pink pills in her mouth.
You never can tell what people talk about when they're alone.
I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
Unconcerned? I'm plenty concerned. Do you think I'm going to get 1 wink of sleep before that phone rings tomorrow? I'm scared to death for my mother. But I'm grateful there's finally the opportunity for something to be scared about.
Good. Go back. Ground this. He can hear you. It's a pretty small space. You do need to throw your voice a little bit, but mainly at the end.
Unconcerned?
Good. Now go to your insecurities.
I'm plenty concerned. Do you think I'm going to get 1 wink of sleep before that phone rings tomorrow? I'm scared to death for my mother.
Breathe. Breathe.
But I'm grateful there's finally the opportunity for something to be scared about.
Scared about.
Scared about.
Breathe. And gain your confidence.
What I'm really concerned about is you.
Me? Me?
I'm beginning to wonder if you're capable of having a good time.
Why? Because I like to wear my gloves in the winter.
No, because there isn't the least bit of adventure in you. Do you know what you are?
Do it again.
Do you know?
And look at him.
Do you know what you are?
And just look at him.
You're a watcher. There are watchers in this world, and there are doers. And the watchers sit around watching the doers do. Well, tonight you watched, and
Tonight you watch.
Tonight you watched, and I did.
And have a drink. That's a celebration. Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Well, it was a lot harder to watch what you did than it was to do what I was watching.
That wasn't quite right, was it?
The line was right, it just didn't feel right.
A lot harder to watch what you were doing, right? Not what you did. You said did.
A lot hard. Oh, I did? Then, yep, then it was on. Yeah? Well, it was a lot harder to watch what you did than it was to do what I was watching.
Good. Now do it again and get through it.
Yeah? Well,
Again, get through it.
yeah? Well, it was a lot harder to watch what you did than it was to do what I was watching.
You won't let your hair down for a minute. You couldn't even relax for one night. Boy, Paul, sometimes you act like
What? A stuffed shirt?
I didn't say that.
That's what you're implying.
That's what you were anticipating. I didn't say you were a stuffed shirt. But you are extremely proper and dignified.
I'm proper and dignified? When? When
Okay,
was I
okay,
proper and
good,
dignified?
Good. Again, really quick. So the proper and dignified, you made a noise on it. She did. I'm just. So just be careful because this is going to be a boom, set up, repeat moment. So and listen for it, Brian, because whatever she does, you're going to have to counter in some way, and we got to hit. There's a timing there, okay? Because this gets to be weirdly funny. She calls you proper and dignified, and you're very, very upset about that. Okay, so you want to listen for the timing, listen for the words, and then be careful not to accidentally speak on your lines with the feet and the movement. So time that out appropriately. You might speak first, then move first, then speak. I don't know yet, but I want you to figure it out. And I want to make sure that you have this moment. You're saying something. Maybe you know it's a little bit of a dig, but really just stay inward the way you are.
Okay. I didn't say you're a stuffed shirt, but you are extremely proper and dignified.
That's the timing. It's got to hit. Do it again.
But I didn't say you were a stuffed shirt, but you are extremely proper and dignified.
I'm proper and dignified.
Is it I'm or is it just proper and dignified?
I'm?
It is? Are you sure?
I mean, pretty sure.
Okay, if you're right, you're right. Cool. So then, so she's going to
So
say...
say it again, Saya.
Proper and dignified.
It is I'm. I think you're right. So you got to be on this. So proper and
No,
dignified.
you're right. Proper and dignified. I'm proper and dignified. First he says that, then he says I'm proper.
Oh,
So you're right.
okay. Then the timing. So do it again.
Yeah.
I didn't say you're a stuffed shirt, but you are extremely proper and dignified.
Proper and dignified?
Move. Yeah. So that's right. That's right. You had it. So then move. I shouldn't have interrupted. I'm like wanting to do it for you. Go.
I didn't say you were a stuffed shirt, but you are extremely proper and dignified.
Proper and dignified? When? When was I proper and dignified?
All right, the other night at Delfino's. You were drunk, right?
Now, am I mistaken? I'm confused. I thought you just said proper and dignified. I'm proper and dignified. When was I? Or is it?
I'm getting mixed up there. So.
Well, I'm getting mixed up now because I'm trying to coach you the right way. So.
Because now I'm going back. I think it is I'm proper. But I don't have my.
It's right there.
Okay, yeah. Let's look real quick.
The thing is, with comedy, the timing is so precise, it's got to be right.
I get you.
It is I'm proper and dignified.
Yeah.
When was I proper and dignified?
Got it. I'm proper. Okay. So she says proper and dignified. Right away. I'm, and then you got to lift. Proper and dignified. Then maybe, is it when and then when again?
Yeah, when. When was I proper?
So then maybe
dignified?
when. Down, 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 down. When was I proper and dignified? Then you can have a fight. And I would come down and get on her plane.
Okay. Cool.
Let's try that for timing.
I didn't say you were a stuffed shirt, but you are extremely proper and dignified.
I'm proper and dignified. When? When was I proper and dignified?
It's fine. You just didn't listen to my direction, so why don't you go again?
Okay.
The when is up there.
Okay, cool.
So let me say this before we move forward and before you specifically get in your head. This is awesome, actually. It's so much better, and the coaching now is becoming easier, and so this is directing now. So this moment is literally, this is a director move and me going, it's good. Now let me squeeze out a laugh for our audience, and this is purely blocking timing. So you just gotta listen, go back, be open and roll with it, okay? Like this is fun time.
Cool.
You with
so
me,
I
or-
say it to when up here?
Yeah,
No problem. When?
because I want the move to be its own thing, and so you can keep playing it different ways, but there's this proper. You are proper and dignified. I'm proper and dignified. When? Step, step, step. When was I proper and dignified? Wait. Okay. Well, this time. Da 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 da. You were this, right? That's right. Okay. Nice and slow, back and forth. So you come down here, you're going to get on her plane, and then we'll find out what happens from there. But that's the moment I want to fight for.
Cool.
I didn't say you were a stuffed shirt, but you are extremely proper and dignified.
I'm proper and dignified. When? When was I proper and dignified?
All right. The other night at Delfino's, you were drunk, right?
Right. I was stoned.
There you are. I didn't know it until you told me in the morning. You're a funny kind of drunk. You just sat there
Okay.
looking.
I'm not believing this, and I didn't like your step forward.
Okay.
And I'm not sure how you feel about it, but it feels like you're a little off balance and a little too close
Okay.
right now,
Yeah.
whereas it would leave you nowhere to go.
Sure. Cool.
So just let's go back to when,
Yeah.
okay? And honestly, like if you're gonna make a move, it might even be back
Okay.
potentially, or it might be to the seat, like the stool or something, or like there's gonna be some kind of a move, but the move you just made was aggression, like physical aggression toward
Sure.
her, and I think that's not here.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay. When was I?
When was I proper and dignified?
All right. The other night at Delfino's, you were drunk, right?
Right. I was stoned.
There you are. I didn't know it until you told me in the morning.
Your eyes got fake, Bri?
Okay. Proper and dignified? When? When was I proper and dignified?
All right. The other night at Delfino's, you were drunk, right?
Right. I was stoned.
There you are. I didn't know it until you told me in the morning. You're a funny kind of drunk. You just sat there, looking unhappy and watching your coat.
I was watching my coat because I saw someone else watching my coat. Look, if you want, I'll get drunk for you sometime. I'll show you a slob. make your hair stand on end.
It isn't necessary.
Do you know in PJ Clark's last New Year's Eve, I punched an old woman. Don't tell me about drunks.
All right, Paul.
When else? When else was I proper and dignified?
Always. You're always dressed right. You always look right. You always say the right things. You're very close to being perfect.
That is a rotten thing to say.
I've never seen you without a jacket. I always feel like such a slob compared to you. Before we were married, I was sure you slept with a tie.
No, just for very formal sleeps.
You can't even walk into a candy store and ask the lady
You
for...
lost connection there, Brian. I want you to feel it. So
I
don't-
stopped looking at her on purpose. I didn't
I
want
know, but I don't know what was going on in your mind.
to. I was annoyed with her.
Okay,
Like she was about to go off on another rant.
okay. Does
So
he
it
know
was
that?
annoying me, so I'm tired. I mean, she sounded like it to me.
Okay.
And so I
So
was
so
gonna-
just make sure it's coming from Paul, because I think what might have happened was Brian said, "Hey Paul, you should look away." So then Brian came in instead of Paul being there.
Okay.
I feel that okay, so just try it for a second, because I'm literally watching you, and I can see when you're making a conscious choice that then comes away, or whether or not you're in the scene. Whether you're looking at her or not is irrelevant. So something happened where the lights were no longer home, as far as Paul is concerned. Like Paul left for a second.
Okay.
Okay, so whether that means you were accidentally thinking of next line or whatever was going on, but something was happening that you weren't in the scene for that split second. So ideally I want you to feel it if we ever get to that place, but for right now, just trust me and go back a line and see what happens.
Cool.
Okay.
I've never seen you without a jacket. I always feel like such a slob compared to you.
Go back to that.
I've never seen you without a jacket. I always feel like such a slob compared to you. Before we were married, I was sure you slept with a tie.
No, just for very formal sleeps.
You can't even walk into a candy store and ask
again real quick. That's good. Ground yourself a little bit, and it's no.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and relax, Brian. So you're so leaned in. There you go. Relax. Just listen, and realize that you're actually responding to the very end of what she's saying here, not the beginning. So it's going to have to process.
Okay.
I've never seen you without a jacket. I've never seen you without a jacket. I always feel like such a slob compared to you. Before we were married, I was sure you slept with a tie.
No, just for very formal sleeps.
You can't even walk into a candy store and ask the lady for a Tootsie Roll. You've got to walk up to the counter and point at it and say, "I'll have that thing in the brown and white wrapper."
That's ridiculous.
And you're not. That's just the trouble. Like Thursday night, you wouldn't walk barefoot with me in Washington Square Park. Why not?
Very simple answer. It was 17 degrees.
Exactly. That's very sensible and logical, except it isn't any fun.
You know, maybe I am too proper and dignified for you. Maybe you would have been happier with someone a little more colorful and flamboyant. Like the geek.
Well, he'd be a lot more laughs than a stuffed shirt.
Oh. Oh, I thought you said I wasn't.
Well, you are now.
I'm not gonna listen to this. I'm not gonna listen. I've got a case in court in the morning.
Where are you going?
To sleep.
Now? How can you sleep now?
I am going to close my eyes and count niches. Good night.
You can't go to sleep now. We're having a fight.
You have the fight. When you're through, turn off the lights.
Oh, that gets me insane. You can even
Do
control...
it again, Brian. That last line, do it again. Where's the light? Yeah.
Yeah, I just made something. I just gestured towards something.
Yep.
When you're through, turn off the lights.
Do it again. Reference the light. You can point at it. Yeah. I mean, you can lean around and do whatever you want.
Sure. You have the fight. When you're through, turn off the lights.
Ugh, that gets me insane. You can even control your emotions.
Look, I am just as upset as you are. But when I get hungry, I eat. And when I get tired, I sleep. You eat and sleep too. Don't deny it. I've seen you.
Not in the middle of a crisis.
What crisis? We are just yelling a little.
You don't consider this a crisis? Our whole marriage hangs in the balance.
It does?
All right, good. Now, have the two of you worked this blocking yet?
A little while back. Yeah, but it's been a bit since we worked
Let's do it. I think it'll be fun.
Okay.
We got time.
Okay.
Let's play. All right. Well done, by the way. I'm just gonna give you guys. Well done. Yeah. And we can talk specifics here in about 10 minutes as far as some of the breakthroughs that you had. And I know part of it was just yesterday's rehearsal and stuff, but really good work. So okay. So let's see if we can pull out even more comedy here. Oh, are you prepared to change out of your dress and into something else? Okay, because that's in this move too. Okay, so.
But this is kind of around this one, so.
Oh, so it won't work then right now.
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
But I could change it to.
Yeah, maybe let's do that really quick because that's a part of this move too. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to slow down for 2 seconds, everybody online and here, and we are going to play with Neil Simon's directions. And he gave us some very specific moves and movement, and we'll do what we can with what we've got, considering we've got 2 robotic legs over there. We don't have a door. You know, there's a few things that we can't hit, but otherwise there's a lot of things we can. So. Okay, so.
Hang on. Go ahead.
Okay, it's good.
We're going to go all the way back to, I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
Okay.
Okay? And when you say that, you go into the bedroom. You have that same real personal moment, but first you're going to move all the way to the stairs, have the whole talk from there.
Yeah.
Then you're going to turn to leave. You're going to go right. Then you're going to have the thought. You're going to turn back, and you're going to say what I'm really concerned about is you. Paul then bursts out of the bedroom, nearly slamming through the door. So, rage against the machine.
So that was my problem, because that's what I was like doing, but then it was taking too long to get here.
No.
So then
It's what does that mean? See, it's got to be boom.
Okay.
It's more the vitality of that anger.
Sure.
She pushes a button that's hardcore. That's the move.
Okay.
So the move is like you hear it and it's wah, right?
Yeah.
So if you were down a little bit, that's fine. But there's like this huge reaction immediately, and you come out with vengeance in that moment. Okay. Why da 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 da? There are watchers, there are doers. You watched, and I did. Then he moves down the stairs toward Corey. Yeah, well, harder to watch what you did than it was for you to do what I was watching. Then crosses back up the stairs to the landing. So that's going to be a pause there before you say you won't let your hair down for a minute. So let's try to go from there to there before I give you more.
Unconcerned, or
Yeah.
so unconcerned. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
Unconcerned?
Nope. So you're going to move all the way to the stairs first.
Oh, okay.
Do it again, Bri. And know it now, but don't just say it. Don't get caught this time in the unconcerned thing.
Okay.
Just make sure she receives the line. Go ahead. As a matter of fact, sometimes, depending, the cooler you are, the more of a dig it can be.
Sure. I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
Prick. All the way.
Unconcerned? I'm plenty concerned. Do you think I'm going to get one wink of sleep before that phone rings tomorrow? I'm scared to death for my mother. But I'm grateful there's finally the opportunity for something to be scared about.
Back. All the way.
What I'm really concerned about is you.
No, that's a
Okay.
exclamation point.
What I'm really concerned about is you.
Me? Me?
I'm beginning to wonder if you're capable of having a good time.
Why? Because I like to wear my gloves in the winter?
No.
Okay, now. So let's go back. Saya, let's put you there. And let's have you not leave after you.
Okay.
Okay?
What I'm really concerned about is you.
Me? Me?
I'm beginning to wonder if you're capable of having a good time.
Why? Because I like to wear my gloves in the winter?
No. Because there isn't the least bit of adventure in you. Do you know what you are? You're a watcher.
Just talk to him. Get through it.
There are watchers in this world and there are doers, and the watchers sit around watching the doers do. Well, tonight you watched and I did.
Come down.
Yeah?
No, stay, Zach.
Well,
Do it again.
And I did.
yeah. Well, it was a lot harder to watch what you did than it was to do what I was watching.
And go back up.
You won't let your hair down for a minute. You couldn't even relax for one night. Boy, Paul, sometimes you act like a...
What? A stuffed shirt?
Okay, good. And at that point,
I'm
you
putting
get,
my thing
yes,
on this chair.
you
Yeah.
gets shoes from under couch.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I didn't say that.
That's what you're implying.
That's what you were anticipating. I didn't say you were a stuffed shirt. But you are extremely proper and dignified.
Okay, so that's what you were implying. There's going to be a pause
'Kay.
for you to move to the armchair, begin to take off your jewelry, then your next line.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Um,
I'm just going to use this as the armchair. Or do you want me to use that?
I think I don't know. Do you know for the staging if it's supposed to be the same side or opposite side of his desk?
I think it was right here, like right between the couch and the desk.
Okay.
But we didn't have the armchair.
Let me take a peek really quick.
I think that's what it was.
Didn't we make your makeup station the armchair area?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Yeah, so go over there.
Okay.
And then I would go to that chair.
Okay. So you can see. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You act like a
What? A stuffed shirt?
I didn't say that.
That's what you're implying.
you don't have to say anything yet.
That's what you were anticipating. I didn't say you were a stuffed shirt, but you are extremely proper and dignified.
I'm proper and dignified.
Moves to Corey. Moves to Corey. Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. You're good.
When? When was I proper and dignified?
Turns to Paul.
All right. The other night at Delfino's, you were drunk, right?
Right. I was stoned.
There you are. I didn't know it until you told me in the morning.
Now, unzips and takes off dress.
Okay, so that needs to be quicker. Okay. You're funny. Okay, no. That's... Where do you want to pick up from?
There you are. So basically, and are you prepared to take the dress off on stage, or do you need to go backstage? What's your situation?
I think I want to go backstage.
Okay. So then what you'll do is you'll unzip, start to take off, go back there, wait, come out changed, then your next line.
Okay. Okay.
So the idea is it says unzips and takes off dress, which that tells me we pause here.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
so there's a moment of him having to sit on this, and you come out and you further.
Okay.
Now it shouldn't take long though.
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
So there you are.
Okay.
Isn't your
And
stuff
there
all
you
done?
are, and then unzip.
Oh no. There you are. I didn't know it
Until you told
me
me,
in the
then
morning. Unzips.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we going back?
Where are you going?
Don't you need
Oh,
this?
I'll go back there and do it.
Oh, you could go this way?
Oh.
Or do you think it should be over here?
Yeah. Make it easy
Okay.
to get to.
Okay. Where should we do it from?
Right there. There you are.
Okay. There you are. I didn't know it until you told me in the morning. Yeah, it's gonna be a little longer than.
Okay, so it
Yeah.
won't work.
Yeah.
But because here's the other thing, the timing of this, a few moves later, she puts her dress on the couch. So that's why I said, are you prepared? Because you should be wearing something underneath that you feel comfortable in.
Okay.
So you could make that shift and it wouldn't bother you. The same way it wouldn't bother her in front of her husband.
Right.
To change really quick, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's pretend we did that. That's no problem, and we'll move forward. Then Paul, very soon you're going to be unbuttoning your shirt.
I think that was the moment earlier where I was weird because I was trying to unbutton it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I realized, looking back on it, that I went down to do that.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right.
That was
and honestly, that's not going to work either because of your microphone where you are right now. So we'll just pause. We'll just stop here. That was really good. We pulled out so much more little tiny bits of comedy, and you realize like, what's cool about this is somebody who's as crazy, I'll just say anal retentive as Neil Simon is when he writes. He gives you so many gifts so that he helps you with those moments. But just you staying there and him talking down and then him coming down and you staying there and then you moving and then him moving, I mean, like it really makes all the difference in the world. And if we had an actual landing for you to be on, you know, and then a bed and like all the stuff that's really, really required, it gets even funnier, you know.
Yeah.
So, good, well done, well done. All right, let's talk about where we are real quick before we wrap it. Broadcast, I'll start with you this time.
Okay. Yeah, it was good. Yesterday's rehearsal, thanks to you, was much better. And so I guess my lesson this time was just to get emotional with it, to connect to it instead of just like directing it. I think it was like looking at all the things that are supposed to happen, the lines the way they're supposed to be delivered, the words that you're supposed to hit, where the fights, because I can see where all the music's supposed to happen, you know, and then trying to force it instead of understanding the why behind it and trying to live into it. So you helped with the rehearsal in that, and so that allowed us to kind of do today. And then for me today was just more than even the other day. It was just kind of it was a push through. So, because I was having stomach pains and stuff, so I was like just flying through that. But it felt good. Felt like more growth. So we're excited to keep pushing it, and it was cool to go back to the blocking because we started with that. We started with memorizing even the blocking. So we would recite the words and the blocking and all that, and then we took that away because like the main points of it, I guess, because it was almost like not ready for it because then, and that was like I think last time in the verse day it was like we were doing all that stuff, but I was overthinking all that stuff, and then it wasn't truthful. So then,
Right.
Yeah.
So when you were rehearsing the blocking, were you also asking why, or were you just sort of memorizing it?
Probably more just memorizing it
Okay.
and trying to hit all the things that were
Got it.
supposed to be hit. The stairs, I think, definitely the whys were like jumped into a little more because I understood that by watching you coach it so many times.
Yeah.
Like how it's supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
And how it's supposed to work. So, but the other points, all the other movements, no.
Got it. Cool. And when you see a playwright, especially Neil Simon, but you see any playwright that puts the directions in for you and they're clearly from the playwright, what you learn there is you say, okay, this is the same thing as them giving us a setting ahead of time, or them giving us inner dialogue, or them giving us actual dialogue. So that you treat it as such. You treat it as dialogue, and you go, okay. He says, she moves to stairs. Now, I have to ask myself, can I move again? Am I allowed to move again? Because what he didn't say is she moves away. So then I have to go, and then like literally like a scientist, I got to go, well, what's the next direction he gives me? Where am I then? How do I get from where he told me I have to be to where he told me I have to be again in this next part, right? And so that's why I realized that when I gave you the direction to come up to the stairs, because that's what he says, I didn't see what comes right after, which is the fact that he comes down and you haven't left yet. So I'm going, you need this much space at least so that he can come down and have that moment. And then I can see the why there and how that's funny, because you're here, he's here, you're here, he's here. You're here, you're here, you're here, he's there, right?
Yeah.
So there's that kind of movement. So as you start to see it, you can almost move it around like puzzle pieces and go, oh, I see how this is funny even without dialogue. And that would be another good exercise to do too, to run certain moments without the dialogue and see if you can hit like rhythms of certain things. So, cool, very good. How about you?
Yeah, it was really fun. I really like how I feel like we kind of like broke through what we were working on last time, and then we like entered a new thing. We still need to work on what we were working on, but I'm really glad that we were able to work that really hard, because yesterday I was really trying to understand the whys of each line, and like, why is she saying this, why, you know, and how is she, what led her to say that, and also like, how would she say that if she's intoxicated as well, because that's going to change it. And does she say this type of stuff when she's not intoxicated? And she does say some things that are that she said in this scene, similar things when she's not, but it is definitely like she says different things when she's intoxicated, more of what she's thinking. But yeah, it was really fun, and I really enjoyed doing the blocking, because I remember we did memorize the blocking, and I didn't think of the whys for the blocking in that moment as much. So that's a really good thing to take away.
Yeah, good. And I'll share with everybody here as well what my direction was. I was working out here, and they were shouting inside the theater, and I let it go about 20 minutes or so, and then, you know, I just couldn't help it. So I walked in, and I didn't spend any time in here. I just walked in and said, what I'm hearing is fake. And then I walked out. And then about a half hour went by, and I said, still fake. I hear this, this, and this. You need to be real. And then I left. And then about 45 minutes later I said, and this is just for me working, and then I would hear a note, and I'd walk in and go, it's a little bit better, still fake. That's all the direction I gave. And so, so to your credit though, you both are mature enough as actors to take that, to understand what I mean by that, to do something with it, and then ground this thing into a real husband-wife relationship, you know? I mean, we talked about this with Joanne's scene yesterday, but the importance of art, you know, when you do this properly, you're fighting for marriage. You're fighting for the institution of marriage, which has become an unpopular thing. And you don't want people to walk away being like, well, I don't want to get married, you know, but to walk away going like, okay, yeah, it might be hard, but there's going to be ups and downs, but it can be good. It's not for everybody necessarily, but it's definitely something worth fighting for. And so, so I take every part as a, let me get to what's the why behind this. How can I really like demonstrate what I want the world to get from this, and then me doing it to the highest degree is really going to shed light on whatever the subject matter is. And so today the two of you brought it into reality, and the comedy just sort of took off and started flying. And I think if you continue to rehearse that way, it'll get funnier and funnier and more real and more real. And then you can start to slowly add on different layers of more voice, of more precise blocking and diction and different things, without the baseline of reality going away. And that would be, you know, a shift, another gear up. And I'm not sure how long we want to work on this particular scene. I mean, it's so great. It's one of those scenes you can work on for forever. So we'll have to make that choice after class. But I'm thrilled with the progress of where you are, and we have to decide if we want to keep pushing on this, which we can, or move on to something else. So, well done. All right, let's hustle. Let's get this next scene up. We'll be back in 10 minutes or less. Less.
You're not muted yet, just so you know. camera.
Okay, welcome back. Next up, we have actors Corinne and Nick working through an excerpt of I Ought to Be in Pictures by Neil Simon.
What's the point in tiptoeing? You can hear the car pull up in Denver.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep before somebody can wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took a pill. The pill's more worried about you than I am.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light a sleeper. She left 2 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong? Anything happen with you two?
Never mind Steffi. How about explaining where you've been till 3 o'clock in the morning?
I was out.
What do you mean, out? 3 nights this week, you come home 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock. I want to know where you've been.
I'm okay.
I'm fine. What are you getting so huffy about?
Huffy? You walk out of here. Don't tell me where you're going. You don't call. You don't know anybody in this city. You walk in 3 o'clock in the morning and you don't think I have a right to be huffy?
You want to be huffy? Be huffy.
Don't test me, okay? Don't play games with me. If you think I'm going to keep paying through the nose for the 16 years that I owe you, you got another guest coming, okay? It's a bad debt. Forget it. You're never going to collect.
All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which I never got because you don't have.
You've been on my back asking for payoffs ever since you walked in here with that orphan Annie look on your face. Yeah, you owe me and I'm here to collect. That's what you said to me. I mean, am I wrong, Grandma? Am I making that up? You're my witness.
Boy, oh boy, something happened tonight.
I'm waiting for an answer.
I was out
What do you mean, out?
meeting people in the business.
Show business?
That's right.
I see. And what important people in show business did you meet tonight?
Producers, directors, actors.
Really? Anyone I might know?
I don't know if you know them. You may have heard of them,
Like who?
like Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson. Yes, I've heard of him. You met him tonight?
That's right.
I see. And who else did you meet?
In movies or in television.
Either one.
James Caan.
Oh, you met Jimmy. How is he?
He looked terrific to me.
I'm sure he did. Anyone else I might have heard of?
Let me see. Candice Bergen. Suzanne Plachette. Someone who's a vice president at Columbia Pictures. That director who directed Jaws. A lot of others. I can't remember the names.
I see. Well, you must have been so busy. Did you talk to any of these people?
Sure. I mean, we didn't have major conversations, but I talked to them.
You mean the way you talk to Grandma?
No. Grandma's dead. These people were all dressed up. I know the difference.
I'm just asking. And where did you meet Jack and Jimmy and Candy?
At a party. In Beverly Hills. 11704 Benedict's Canyon.
Who invited you?
Gordon Zaharias.
Gordon Zaharias. Who the hell is Gordon Zaharias?
He's the one who got me the job.
What job?
Parking cars at the party in Beverly Hills. I made $32 plus tips, not including meeting Jack Nicholson.
That's where you met these people? Parking their cars?
Well, for a while I was just the relay man. Like, George Segal would come out and say, 78 Blue Mercedes. Then I would run like crazy down the hill and yell to this other guy, 78 Blue Mercedes, and he would get to drive it up. But then I gave him $10 plus half my tips so I could get to drive the car up and meet George Segal. He was very nice. He smiled and said thanks just like in A Touch of Class. I made a lot of great contacts.
George Segal saying thanks is what you consider making a good contact?
Well, it doesn't hurt. The important thing was leaving the cards on the windshield.
What cards?
Well, we had to leave this little card that says, Sunset Valet Parking. No party is too big or too small. Only on the back of each card, I wrote Libby Tucker, New York trained actress. No part is too big or too small, with my phone number. I must have left 30 of them. Even if only 2 people call, it was worth the money I spent.
Libby, let me ask you a serious personal question. Do you honestly believe that anybody in this business, a director, a producer, a cameraman, anybody, is going to call someone in for an audition because they left their name on the back of a valet parking ticket?
Not a big chance, but a better chance than if I left nothing at all.
You have no chance. None. There are 5,000 qualified agents in this town, and none of them can get their clients a meeting with these people, but you think they're going to call you because you left your name on the back of a parking stub they're going to throw out the window the minute they pull out of the driveway.
That's a very pessimistic attitude to take.
Okay. For the sake of argument, let us say someone looks at the card. Someone is looking for a valet service for a son's bar mitzvah. Someone met a girl at the party and wants to write down a number. Someone has a piece of spare rib stuck in his teeth and is trying to pick it out with the card. I mean, even a small percentage of that group will look at the back of the card, okay? But let's say one does. He sees Libby Tucker, New York trained actress. No part is too big or too small. Do you imagine he's going to pull off the side of the road and say to his wife, that's exactly what I'm looking for, an actress trained in New York who doesn't care if a part is too big or too small. What a break for me. I'm going to call her first thing in the morning and hope and pray that somebody else with spare ribs in their teeth didn't get to her before me.
With an attitude like that, I can see why you don't get too much done.
Forget I brought it up, okay? I'll stay out of this room tomorrow morning in case you're swamped with phone calls.
If I stayed in Brooklyn, I never would have come out here. If I never came out here, I never would have met Steffi. If I didn't meet Steffi, she never would have told me about the Los Angeles Academy of Dramatic Arts. If I didn't go over to the Los Angeles Academy of Dramatic Arts, I never would have met Gordon Zaharias of Peoria, Illinois. If I didn't meet Gordon Zaharias, I never would have gotten a job driving George Segal's car. If I didn't drive all those big shots cars, the name and number of Libby Tucker would never be stuck in their windshields. Where is your number stuck? If you don't pick yourself up and do something in this world, they bury you in Mount Hebron Cemetery. And on your tombstone, it says born 1906, died 1973. And in between, he didn't do nothing.
Leaving cards in windshields is not how you become an actress.
And going to Hollywood Park Racetrack is not how you get a script written.
Don't you tell me what to do. I didn't ask for your advice or your help.
And I stopped asking for yours. I'm an independently self-employed woman.
You're a dreamer. That's what you are. You paint Morocco on your ceiling and pretend you don't live in Brooklyn. You pretend your father is the king of Hollywood and you're gonna march out here and become the princess. Well, life isn't pretending. It's goddamn hard work!
Sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get you upset. I thought you'd be pleased with how well things are going for me.
I don't know. Maybe sheer determination is all you need. Maybe you're right. You gonna be parking any more cars this week?
Saturday night in Beverly Hills.
Well, if it's not too much trouble, mention me on one of your cards. See you in the morning.
I was wondering if I could discuss something else with you.
I just took my pill.
It's kind of an emergency.
My eyes are starting to close.
Yeah, okay. Never mind. I'll try to work it out for myself. Good night.
Would you stop doing that? Okay, what's it about?
Sex.
Sex.
Don't get nervous. If you get nervous, I'll get nervous.
What do you mean, sex?
Sex! Things that have to do with things sexual.
Are you in any kind of trouble?
Yeah, I think so.
What kind of trouble you in?
I don't know how to do anything sexual.
That's the trouble you're in.
Most of the people left the party, and Gordon and I were sitting at the bottom of the hill in Suzanne Pochette's car, and he wanted to fool around. He's not gorgeous, but he's kind of cute. And I felt very grateful to him. And I didn't want to hurt his feelings. And I wanted to fool around too. Only I didn't know what was right. I didn't want to be one of those girls they call easy, but I didn't want to be impossible either. So I just kissed him and got out of the car and decided not to deal with it. But this Saturday night, I think I'm going to have to deal with it.
And you want to discuss this with me?
It doesn't have to be this minute, but Sunday morning will be too late.
You never talked about these things with your mother?
She doesn't trust men too much. You can guess why.
What about your grandmother?
Well, sex isn't her best subject. I brought it up a couple of times, but she pretended she was dead.
Are you telling me that you don't know the first thing about sex?
No. I know how it works. I don't have any mechanical problems. I've seen 5 X-rated movies. I could pass a test on it. I just don't know what to expect emotionally.
I see. Would you feel more comfortable talking to Steffi about it?
Probably. But it's more important I talk to you.
Why?
Because you're my father. And what you think means a lot to me.
Well, that's a very nice thing to say. I appreciate that.
If it's a major trauma for you, I understand. I mean, I could always take a couple of glasses of wine and just plunge in.
You're not plunging into anything. I just want to know, is this Gordon, what's his name, important enough to be the first time in your life?
It's got to be the first time sometime. If it's not him, I could always use the information.
You know what you are, Libby? Unique. Uniquest kid I ever met. I don't know how to start this thing.
Should I ask you some questions?
Good idea. Ask me some questions.
Like what?
How do I know? I need to hear the questions.
Well, emotionally, is it different for the man than it is for the girl?
Is it different for the man than it is for the girl? Yes.
It is?
Am I wrong?
This isn't a test. I just want to know the answer. How old were you the first time?
15.
15? Oh!
I grew up in a tough neighborhood. A 15-year-old virgin was considered gay.
Who was the girl?
I didn't notice. It was very dark and I just wanted to get it over with.
What was it like with Mom? very personal question, isn't it?
So far, it tops the list. Well,
Let's go back, Corinne, to that last line. And actually, let's go back a couple notes here. So before we do this, since I stopped, we'll just stop. Well done. What did we do to rehearse? How did you
Yesterday?
work on it? Yeah.
We took your advice and read the first scene of the play, and just kind of noticed some motifs that were in the first scene and our scene.
Did you read the whole play?
Yeah, we've each read it 3 times.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, great.
But we had never read the first scene together.
Got it. So you kind of read it together and sort of dissected it a bit. Mm-hmm. Cool. Okay.
And then we did some improv as Libby and Herb, just to get a better feel of our characters. Yeah.
Okay. Good. And what did you discover, Corinne? Because you're totally different today.
Just her playful side more, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it feels like you have that you found her. Like you have a grasp on who she is a little bit now. So, and you're a fine actress, by the way.
Thank you.
I didn't get to tell you that last time because we didn't get there, but you are, and today it showed. So, so what I want to have you lean into now is the scary, vulnerable side of you,
Okay.
and not lean into and hide behind your theatrical skills that you have.
Sure.
I don't know if you know what I mean by that, but like, for instance, there's this transition that you just did, which was like, what was it like with Mom, and then big, like, personal question, and then sit down, and really, like, that there's a potential comedy there, mm-hmm. that could cause a certain audience to laugh, but it wasn't real.
Okay.
It wasn't an authentic thing.
I felt that. Yeah.
Okay, and then you're significantly better too, Nick, today.
Thank you.
Grounded listening. Where I think you need work right now is really slowing down even more.
Okay.
Hitting every word. Taking your time, and you noticed you didn't get up really until you finally did, and it flowed really nice. Like, we got through a whole lot more of the play today, mm-hmm. too, effortlessly. So like, that all felt better. When you get up, I'm still finding it to be like not focused movement.
Okay.
So it feels out of balance, and so remember the relationship. Right? Like, be cognizant of, this is my daughter. So if you imagine that I'm talking to my daughter, this move right here, just think about how kind of weird that this would be, like, this is my daughter, and I'm kind of talking to her this way, the way I might if I was like confronting like another man or something. Okay. Versus like, I'm frustrated with my daughter. If I did get up, it's not going to be as like overtly aggressive, right? Okay. So and sometimes you just won't have to. I don't think you're playing enough of the strength of the New Yorker.
Okay.
The guy that I talked about that was like, what do you want? Mm-hmm. From the bagel shop.
Yeah.
Because though you've been in LA for as long as you have been, you're straight up New York.
Right.
Living in this town, which is part of the funny and part of the story, is this idea of the New Yorker coming to LA and becoming Hollywoodized. But you can't, they say you can never kick the New Yorker out of the person, right? So, so let's try. Do you have a really good New York accent? Like,
if I focus for a minute, I can get it back out. Yeah.
So let's do that. Let's go really heavy.
Okay.
Really heavy, and same with you. You coming from Boston or New York?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, yeah. So really heavy. I like Brooklyn accent.
Okay.
Can you do Brooklyn?
I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So slow down and more.
Okay.
Okay, and lean into it a bit. And now I want the two of you to really try to hit this father-daughter relationship, because that's what the play's about. And it's about a dad who walked out. It's about second chances. It's about I love her monologue. I love this idea when she says, well, you know what? At least I'm doing something. If I didn't do this, then it wouldn't have been this, and it wouldn't have been this. And guess what? You're right. Nothing's going to happen. But at least my name is in front of these people, and who? Because my thought is she's right, and he's right. Like, that's not going to work. But that sort of persistence and attitude over time, trying different things and continually meeting new people and surging your way forward, would work eventually if you got the right mentor and you got the right training to go with it. That would help, you know, somebody who wants it that bad, that's willing to do something. And she hits you, and you can't help but agree when she says that.
Yep.
At the same time, the first time that she really rips you is the racetrack.
Okay.
And so, and I wanna see you get really pissed, slow, heavy New York, and more like a little rougher and more curt with your language, and less like reactive and fast and to her, but more like cut you off.
Okay.
Okay. So let's see what happens there. And where are we gonna go back to? Let's go back to met some people in the business, show business. We'll go all the way back to there.
Okay.
In show business?
That's right.
I see. And what people in show business did you meet tonight?
Slower, thicker.
I see. And what people in show business did you meet tonight?
Producers.
Good. Even slower, even thicker on the accent, and louder now. Okay? And Corinne, you have no problem with your voice, so I'm going to give you a little note here that I was given in Larry Moss's class. When you have a powerful voice, he's going to have to come up to you, but you don't want to overpower him.
Okay.
Because you can. So instead, find the place where you're not going to sacrifice being heard, but you're also going to try to blend in. So it doesn't sound like this, and like this, and like this,
Okay.
and like this.
Sure.
Okay.
I see. And what?
Good. And now give me some more volume. Breathe.
I see. And what important people in show business did you meet tonight?
Producers, directors, actors.
Really?
Good. Now, I'll give you direction. She knows he's going to be impressed, so don't look at him. Find something else to do. Pretend like it's not a big deal, but you know it is.
Gotcha.
As thick of a New York accent as you can do.
I see. And what important?
Yeah, don't give him your attention.
Oh.
Do something. What are you doing? What's your to do right now? Give yourself something to do. And by the way, I don't know I'm right because I don't have Neil Simon's blocking in front of me, but there's a moment here I want you to be able to have where I want him to be able to react however he wants without you seeing him do it.
Okay.
I see. And what important people in show business did you meet tonight?
Producers, directors, actors.
Really? Anyone I might have heard of?
I don't know if you know them. You may have heard of them.
Good. Let's let's go back again. More voice. You lost it. I know.
I know.
All right. We'll go again. Let's have you. How about if you write a letter to somebody? Do you have a pencil there with?
They're
They
not
don't-
sharpened.
None of them are sharpened.
We need something for her. Here we go.
Thank
All
you.
right. So maybe you're gonna write a letter to mom.
Okay.
All right. And you give me the most like over the top New York we could possibly do.
Okay. I see. And what important people in show business did you meet tonight?
Good. Do it again. And because people is the most important part.
I see. And what important people did you meet tonight in show business?
Producers,
Yeah. Do it again. So what are you saying?
I see. What important people in show business did you meet tonight? Like sarcastically. 'Cause he
Yeah.
doesn't
Right.
Buy it.
So what important people did you see in show business tonight? Like you're stressing these ideas of like, I don't believe a fucking word you're saying.
Okay.
And I only say that because I always have a word that kind of gets me into the accent. So like, fucking, like that's like sort of makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So give yourself a little, you know, some of this.
I see. And what important people? No, I didn't. Can I start over?
Yeah, you can, and go ahead and talk to her.
Yeah.
Because she's not going to look at you, but you're trying to get her attention. She's not going to give it to you.
I see. And what important people in show business did you meet tonight?
Good. Do it again. Relax back.
I see. And what important people in show business did you meet tonight?
producers, directors,
Just get this out. Go.
actors.
The whole thing. Do it again. Start over. Your line, Corinne.
Producers, directors, actors.
Really? Anyone I might have heard of?
I don't know if you know them. You may have heard of them.
Like who?
Like Jack Nicholson.
Good. Do it again. Downplay it even more.
Okay.
For fun.
Like
No. Go back even further.
to produce.
Producers, directors, actors, you know, like it's just one of those nights. Like, you know, I was just out doing my thing, kind of met a few people, and then you're gonna go like, anybody I might have heard of, like again, just totally.
Producers, directors, actors.
Really? Anyone I might have heard of?
I don't know if you know them. You may have heard of them.
Like who?
Like Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson. Yes, I've heard of him. You met him tonight?
That's right.
I see. And who else did you meet?
In movies or in television?
Either one.
You keep your eyes on her. So she's playing that game. So there's gonna be times when you look and when you don't look. When she's not looking, she's giving you permission to look at her.
Okay.
So you're just gonna be like, you know, like let yourself just be annoyed.
Okay.
In movies or in television?
Either one.
James Caan.
Oh, you met Jimmy. How is he?
He looked terrific to me.
I'm sure he did.
Do it again, Nick.
Oh, you met Jimmy.
Good. Now give me big New York physicality.
Oh, you met Jimmy. And how is he?
He looked terrific to me.
I'm sure he did. Anyone else I might have heard of?
If you're going to go to the cup and relax back.
Anyone else I might have heard of?
Let me see. Candace Bergen, Suzanne Pochette. Someone who's a vice president at Columbia Pictures.
So Nick, you do this rarely, but this is a trait that some actors have when they first hit the stage. You have a peek out to the fourth wall thing that you do that's not connected to thought.
Okay.
So it's like you're choosing to do it, but you're not, the character's not doing it.
Okay.
So as she says something, just think, if you turn fourth wall, but you don't want to get caught doing this. Like,
Yeah. That when I do that, my thought process is kind of like, oh, brother, you know.
got it. So what's happening is Nick is telling us to tell the actor to tell us something instead of you trusting that we'll get it by you just thinking it.
Okay. Thank you.
Candace Bergen, Suzanne Pochette. Someone who's a vice president at Columbia Pictures. That director who directed Jaws. A lot of others, I can't remember the names.
Well, you must have been so busy. Did you talk to any of these people?
Sure, we didn't have major conversations, but I talked to them.
You mean the way you talked to Grandma?
No. Grandma's dead. These people were
Good.
all
Now,
dressed.
I'm going to reverse my direction that I gave you yesterday based on this, okay? Do this again, all right? You're asking the same question. When you turn to him, say it as if he's the moron.
Okay.
Well, you must have been so busy. Did you talk to any of these people?
Sure. I mean, we didn't have major conversations, but I talked to them.
You mean the way you talked to Grandma?
No. Grandma's dead. These people were all dressed up. I know the difference.
I'm just asking. And where did you meet Jack and Jimmy and Candy?
Bigger, Nick.
I'm just asking. And where did you meet Jack and Jimmy and
Good,
Candy?
good. More physical, more physical.
I'm just
New York
asking.
it, New York it.
I'm just asking. And where did you meet Jack and Jimmy and Candy?
At a party
Let's go, Nick. Come on.
What?
in Beverly Hills.
No, you don't believe it that much. Keep going, keep going.
11704 Benedict Canyon.
Who invited you?
Gordon Zaharias.
Gordon Zaharias. Who the fuck is Gordon Zaharias?
He's the one who got me the job.
What job?
Parking cars at the party in Beverly Hills.
Now you get it. Now you get it. Oh, big New York, New York. Whoa, whoa. Go. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, that's where you.
That's where you met these. You
I
see?
know,
It? Oh, he's like, duh.
I messed up because she had more.
That's all right,
lines
that's
to
all right.
go, but-
At a party in Beverly Hills. 11704 Benedict Canyon.
Who invited you?
Gordon Zaharias.
Gordon Zaharias. Who the fuck is Gordon Zaharias?
He's the one who got me the job.
What job?
Parking cars at the party in Beverly Hills. I made $32 plus tips, not including meeting Jack Nicholson.
That's where you met these people? Parking their cars?
Well, for a while, I was just the relay man. Like, George Sagal would come out and say, 78 Blue Mercedes. Then I would run like crazy down the hill and yell to this other guy, 78 Blue Mercedes, and he would get to drive it up. But then I gave him $10.
Good, do
plus
this again, do this again. Let me hear you bring it down. so that you can come up just slightly for, but then me, the businesswoman that I am, came up with this really brilliant idea. Okay.
Well, for a while I was just the relay man. Like George Sagal would come out and say, 78 Boom Mercedes. Then I would run like crazy down the hill and yell to this other guy, 78 Boom Mercedes, and he would get to drive it up. But then I gave him $10 plus half my tip so I could get to drive the car up and meet George Sagal.
Gotta do it again? You lost your breath?
Oh, okay. Well, for a while I was just the relay man. Like George Sagal would come out and say, 78 Boom Mercedes. Then I would run like crazy down the hill and yell to this other guy, 78 Boom Mercedes, and he would get to drive it up. But then I gave him $10 plus half my tip so I could get to drive the car up and meet George Sagal. He was very nice. He smiled and said thanks just like in A Touch of Class. I made a lot of great contacts.
George Sagal saying thanks is what you consider making a good contact?
Well, it doesn't hurt. The important thing was leaving the cards on the windshield.
Do it again, Nick. Big New York.
George Sagal saying thanks.
Good, and slower.
George Sagal saying thanks is what you consider making a good contact?
And that's a fucking play right there. Right there, okay? That's who he is. My pills are fucking more worried about you than I am. I don't care.
Got it.
But where you been? I could care less about you, kid.
Got it.
But you're scaring the daylights out of me. Good, we're gonna stop there.
That was so fast, what? Oh
All
my
right,
gosh.
nice. Now,
Sorry.
Corinne, I'm going to give you a backhanded compliment really quick, and then I'll give you a real compliment. But the backhanded compliment is this. I want you to know that this last monologue was not as good as it can be or needs to be. So what I want you to do, because we talked about your, I think you said arrogant or something, and I'm going to say maybe overconfident sometimes. So I want you to go, all right, in that area, like how am I going to find the way to make that great? Because it was good, but I want you to know that it wasn't quite right. And if I could have had 20 minutes with you to just run that part, we could go from good to great. So I want you to take that and go, okay, like what are the moments here when I'm going to go, well, here's what I did, here's what I was doing, then I had this idea, then I did this thing, then I made all these contacts. And it's like, there's like this twist. And if you can find a way to do that, what's interesting is A, it will be funny. B, it will really affect him in a way where he's just gonna be like, you moron. And three, it hits her character, which is her beautiful naivete that she has. Because it really is attractive. You know, it's annoying and it's attractive at the same time. Like she's this kind of larger than life figure, but at the same time super sensitive. You know, she's tough. She's street smart enough to make it from Brooklyn out to LA by herself, and yet she's sweet and sensitive and has never had sex and is you know, prays to her grandma every day, and you know, she has this really soft, tender side. She forgives her dad, loves her dad, wants to, you know, be with him, and so that's that juxtaposition you're going to play. And there's a part of that outgoingness and that smiling thing that we kind of like played with a little bit last class that is a defense mechanism. It's I put up this picture of myself to the world to protect myself from my real feelings down here.
Okay, I'll try to work on that.
Yeah, you were fantastic today though, so there's your real compliment.
Thank you. Thank you.
You really were,
Thank
and a delight to direct today, and wonderful. And so, thank you. It was really, really great. It was a pleasure to have you in class
Thank
today.
you.
Yeah.
Yay.
Nick, how you feeling, bro?
Good. I feel like I absorbed a lot. I learned a lot about the character, about myself, as far as little habits that I have, things that aren't necessarily right, that I didn't know before. So it's things that I need to work on.
Good. So tell me, biggest takeaway then for Masterclass.
The scene will never be right if your connection is not right with your scene partner. There were certain days where Corinne and I were just not connected on some level. So if we sat down for a minute and we tried a few different things, but we just sat down and like there was one time where we just held hands for a little bit, you know, and that connected us more. And then the scene was 100 times better after we did that.
Yeah.
So I kind of realized how important it is to all the energy has to be right between us,
Yeah.
or else nothing else is going to work.
That's really cool. I'm glad you took that away. And so there's this interesting thing between a parent and a child, right? And it evolves, of course, as the child grows up. But there's a I'd say, for lack of a better word, like a normal situation growing up. There's a particular sort of connectedness and safe. And so, example being like, my daughter crawls up in bed, puts her whole body on me, you know, doesn't think twice, you know, if I'm like rubbing her back or her leg or, you know, just like very comfortable, right? There's a part of you that longs for like a father's eyes to see you. It's different than a man. A father's eyes will look at you differently, you know. A father's kiss on the forehead or a kiss on the cheek, like the way a father would touch you, right? But this man is a stranger to you. At the same time he's your father, he's a stranger, right? And then you know that like we should be comfortable in this way, but it's that same idea. So even like what a wonderful exercise actually for you to both want to hold hands from your own character's point of view. And it would feel so good when we finally get there and yet still feel uncomfortable because it's like, it's this first time kind of thing, you know? Mm-hmm. So I love that exercise. I think that's really wonderful. And that goes back to my conversation on drawing a line in the sand as far as what you're willing to do and what you're comfortable doing, et cetera. And I remember the same idea when we were in Masterclass. I sat there with my scene partner and we were supposed to be brothers. And we're rehearsing and I accidentally he accidentally touched my leg or something like that. And he's like, oh, sorry. And I was like, bro, like we're brothers, man. Like we can't react like that. So I was like, grab my leg. And I made it, and he was uncomfortable. I made him do it. I made him just grab my like calf and just sit there. And I'm like, we wouldn't care about this. So that means we haven't built enough trust between the two of us to feel like we're really brothers, you know? So yeah, that's a really good exercise. Cool. How about you? Biggest takeaway?
Like almost exactly what Nick said. Like, we had to like be so honest and vulnerable with each other at some times just to have a connection close enough to like a father and daughter connection. It's actually funny. Someone started, I think it was Joey. He started just saying hashtag Corinne's dad, like whenever Nick did something that was like fatherly.
Just checking the tire pressure in her truck.
Nice. I love that. That's great.
But yeah, no, I was definitely like scared signing up for this masterclass. I was like, I don't know if I'm ready, you know, but I made the right decision coming here, and yeah, I guess hard work pays off. I worked really hard.
Yeah, and it did pay off, absolutely. And I'm thrilled for you, and I'm thrilled to have you in class. I hope we keep having you back and we get to grow together. That's awesome. Are you afraid to be in New York?
So, in high school, I moved from New York City upstate, and I was bullied by teachers, students, people. So I force myself to hide it. So it's difficult for me to bring it back out sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. What kind of bullying are we talking about?
Got this crap beat out of me.
Because of your accent and stuff?
You know, well, the farm boys and stuff, they didn't like a kid from the city. So my parents had a hard time. They couldn't get work. I was put in a special ed class just because I had an accent, and they would coach me on how to say certain words differently. So instead of saying water, they would tell me, no, it's water, 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 and they'd make me say it over and over again. So it made me feel like something was wrong with me.
Yeah.
So I don't know, it did a little bit of damage, but that's just something I need to get comfortable with again. That's who I am. You know, that's who my family is. That's where we're from. That's our background, you know. It's just stuff left over from when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Ignorant town.
Dude, totally. And I could feel it. I could sense it, you know. And so I want you to take the time to forgive those people, to release the shit. It's not okay they did that shit. Like, it's not okay. I'm not okay with it. But for you to forgive, that way you're not carrying it. And then you can bring in the strength and the vitality of what it is to be a New Yorker, you know, because I joked about, you know, the bagel shop, right? I love New Yorkers. I love somebody who would tell me the way it is right away.
Yep.
You know, charismatic, funny, you know, interesting, smart. And if you can find how to pull that out of you, there's a lot of roles that you can play with variations of that accent. I mean, a lot. And you're in a sweet spot right now as far as landing parts. These kind of parts. You know, I mean, and tons of variations of it. And now, because you've done the work, because of, you know, assholes, you can not have it too anytime you want. And I would maybe even work on a character that's going to be like really over the top, no accent, you know, like nerdy or something, and then go all the way over here, you know, yeah. And then you can find it, you know, space in between, but that moment there, like, that was the play. And actually, in a weird way, if we look at this, that is the play, because he's a New York Jew trying to make it in Hollywood. They're trying to make him what he's not. They're trying to turn him into something he's not. He's trying to turn himself into something he's not, you know? He looks out in his backyard, and it's like that's his little version of Central Park, you know? And so to just understand that, like, that's a big part of this, is like, it's like this cloud of Hollywood and LA and what they'll do to people to try to change you to fit a certain mold that is going to make them money, commercialize you, you know. So the more you can lean into that and who he is, and especially if you bring it out too, like even thicker and heavier, you know how this is. When you get around somebody who has the same accent as you, it just like, it kind of like your ear just remembers and you dive into it. So you might have not, even maybe when you're hanging out with Steffi, it might be lighter, and then when you hang out with your daughter, it's a little heavier.
For sure.
Yeah, and no apologies either, you know. So we'll work on that together. But I mean, you're going to be able to play it on the improv stage. There's going to be a lot of things you're going to be able to use it for. But we want to heal completely, forgive completely, release. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
We got one more scene before lunch. Let's quickly wrap and get the next scene up. Thank you.
Camera speed. You are live.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We've got one more scene here before lunch. Next up is a John Patrick Shanley play, excerpt anyway, from a play. And there is some language and adult concepts in this play, so be aware of that and turn it off if that is not something you should be looking at. All right, we have actors Monica and Olivia working on an excerpt from Where's My Money by John Patrick Shanley.
Wait. She tied knots in his tie. She shoved the tie up his tushy. And then, at the key moment, she ripped the tie out like she was starting a lawn mower.
All right, good. So, you ready for a workout, ladies?
Yes.
Here we go. All right. So, is this as trashy as we get, huh?
Oh, you want me to go trashier?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
With costume, everything. Yeah, big. I want hair. I want like
Okay.
big.
Okay.
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 So when you come back now.
Yes.
Did you work on accent?
Yeah.
All right. Give it to me. Full blast.
Okay.
Why don't you pull one shoulder way down?
Yeah. The microphone's here.
Perfect.
It's like I tried doing that.
Well,
It's like it like.
yeah, good.
Okay.
Good. And give her some physicalities and big.
Okay.
Go.
Wait. She tied knots in his tie. She shoved the tie up his tushy. And then, at the key moment, she ripped the tie out like she was starting a lawn mower.
Look around. Keep going.
Pup. 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 Bonk. The last knot was huge. But here's the twisted part. The next day he goes to the office, he's wearing the tie.
All right, good. Again.
Okay.
Even bigger, okay? More physicality, all right? And imagine this, like she's just telling a story. That's it. To her, this is just a story.
Okay.
Right? And then you wouldn't believe it. He's wearing the tie. It's crazy, but that's not even the craziest part. Leave me to this, right? And just keep going, okay? Go ahead, hit it.
Okay. Wait. She tied.
Too much pausing, go.
Okay. Wait. She tied knots in his tie. She shoved
Too much pausing, go again.
Wait. She tied knots in his tie. She shoved the tie up his tushy. And then, at the key moment, she ripped the tie out like she was starting a lawn mower. Pup, 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 bonk. The last knot was huge. But here's the twisted part. The next day he goes to the office. He's wearing the tie. Other than that, it wasn't a very good movie. What? What's that? I can't. I can't.
Good, again, louder, that part. Like you're offended. What?
What? What's that? I can't. I can't. I'm in a public place. You. Turquoise. You are?
Good.
Right.
Keep
Right
going.
now?
More.
You mean for real? I'd like to see that. Natalie, can you hold a second?
So what's going on in your mind?
I just rustled and bustled through a bunch of people to get to her.
Uh-huh. But you're right now, your physicality is like a standoff. Yeah, why are you doing that?
Because I want to crush her.
Do you? Why do you want to crush her?
Because I had a really bad morning. You know, I had nightmares about Tommy and
Okay.
whatnot, and I'm feeling really shitty.
Okay.
So, and this is my target.
Okay.
Recognize
All right.
her.
I understand that. So I think what's happening is you're playing the end of the scene in the beginning. So right now is just like she's an old friend / acquaintance. You see her, but like if you approached her in that way, she probably wouldn't want to sit with you. So you might be like, and then yeah, you're kind of looking down on her, but don't get caught.
You mean like physically at her, or like mentally, like looking down at her? What do you mean?
Mentally, you're
Okay.
looking down at her, but
Okay.
physically, yeah, physically you don't want to give it away. It's just sort of like, you know, oh, it's an old friend, you know, and like, should I sit, and like don't play your cards up
Okay.
front. Okay, let's
Okay.
have you walk in again.
Natalie, can you hold a second?
Good, good, and it's still aggressive though. So like you're so far up in her space that to me it doesn't quite make sense.
So just give some wiggle room.
Yeah, like you're playing your expectation too much. Like I want like a bit of a meet cute. You know what I mean by that?
No, what does
like,
that mean?
I'm like,
Oh, okay.
you know,
I see what you mean.
and you're doing this like, oh, I see you, and then I'm walking up right to you and like assuming how you're
Yeah.
gonna be.
Yeah, that's awkward.
Yeah. So you can almost even just stay, you know, like you kind of see her, and then as she welcomes you, you can approach. You know?
Got it.
Okay.
All right.
Natalie, can you hold a second? Shut up. Natalie, how are you? Oh, wait, I'm still on the phone.
Yeah, good. Go again.
Okay.
Go again. And you see, it's already better for her.
Yeah.
So as you say that, let her have a second. Then start to slowly approach and let her.
Like after we make eye contact?
Yeah, yeah. Because you say hi. You can tell she's on the phone. You can be
Okay.
polite enough to sort of like work your way up because you're essentially asking her to get off the phone,
Okay.
right?
So like acknowledge her, give her like a second to finish up, and then kind of then go?
Yeah, yeah. I ran into a guy that I hadn't seen in a long time, probably like 5 years. And we didn't have much to talk about, but I liked him, he liked me. I mean, we were fine. We knew each other. We were both wearing masks, and I went inside Carolina's. And there he was, and I could tell it was him even though he had a mask on. And I'm like, well, I'm here, he's there. We can either ignore each other and pretend like we don't know each other or here, or I could like acknowledge him. So I kind of waited and, you know, keeping my distance, and then, you know, when I saw him corner my eye, I went ahead and gave the, and he's like, and then, cool. Then he went to go order, and we both got to wait for our food, so now we're in that position. When he comes over and he gets his food, and I'm still waiting for mine. And so, you know, hey, how you doing? Good, man. Masks, huh? Yeah. Well, see you later. You know, and so, but that's the idea of this moment here, except for maybe the two of you were good friends, or you know, there's a reason to talk, or you find that out. So if that same interaction happened between me and this guy, and he had already gotten his food, I hadn't gotten mine, I'm gonna wait anyway. He might be like, oh, dude, I've been meaning to talk to you actually, and I'd be like, what's up? And then we would have had a conversation longer. You know, so that's the sort of the exploratory moment you're having here. And yes, you are who you are. You have your perspective, and she has hers. But let it find it. Find when you would walk. Wait for the kind of initiation and the acknowledgement and the welcoming. Okay. All right, here we go.
Natalie! Can you hold a second? Shut up. Natalie! How are you? Oh my God.
I'm getting coffee. Should I join you? You have a minute?
Yes. I'll finish up while you're...
Great.
I gotta go. What's Friday like for you? Friday night? Kenny's got a gig. Okay, I'll be there. That's just my number. Okay, see you then.
Hi, Celeste. Well, what do you know?
More accent?
Hey, Celeste.
Does Shanley say you touch her there?
No, but I wanted to. We made the choice.
Okay, don't force it.
Okay.
If you made the choice, that's one thing, but if it's got to be natural every time.
Okay.
So and this Hi Celeste thing again, I think you got to put yourself into more of a happy fake spot.
Happy face.
Hey Celeste, how are you? Oh, still with Kenny, I see. Oh, a little bit of there.
Hi, Celeste. Well, what do you know?
Well, what do you know? Yeah, go ahead.
It's so great to see you.
More fake.
It's so great to see you.
Good, even more happy, more fake. Drag it out.
It's so great to see you.
Okay, so that she would not do. The push.
I think before when we did it, it was supposed to be more accidental, but that time it was more purposeful.
Yeah, just don't do it. I think let's erase it because right now you have a thought in your mind like it has to go a certain way because you made the choice.
Yeah.
And maybe it was right for one certain moment that you were doing it, but what I'm trying to tell you right now is this needs to be much more catty, much more of a hidden underneath subversive nastiness. Not so in your face. Because we know these characters. She's tough. She's got a gun. You know, like literally, if you did that to her, she wouldn't just take it. I don't think. So and you're gonna be big right back. Mm-hmm. Hey, oh, yeah, I gotta go.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Should I walk back in or just?
Yeah, walk
go
back
from
in.
Here? Okay.
Why don't you walk back in from here?
Okay.
And again, like that first moment is the same type of thing that I'm saying. You know, I see her and I'm like, oh shit. And then like as she looks up at you, you pretend like you didn't see her. And then she's like, Celeste, and you're like. So I was going to get coffee. Should I join you?
Yes.
See, she doesn't want me to. But she's like, yeah, that's great. I'll do that. Bitchy underneath, fake happy on top.
Wait, so we're starting all over now?
Yeah, from your entrance.
From my first entrance?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so she's still on the phone?
Yeah, still on the phone. And Monica, let's have it be where, let's pretend that these chairs are you outside, is that right?
Yeah, outside of the cafe.
So let's say that these chairs are really heavy outdoor chairs.
Okay.
Okay, and it's faced like this. And so when you get up, it wouldn't be easy to move the chair. So you'd get up and go this way so we can really see your walk.
Okay.
And when you go to sit down, she'll see your walk, and you'll try to hide it from her because you're so conscious about it, but you can't.
Okay.
Okay.
Natalie!
Do it again. Let her find you.
Okay. So should I walk further out?
No, just she'll find you. Just walk out, see her, look away, see her, look away. People know when you're looking at them. You know what I mean? Like there's this sixth sense you get when you're like, is someone looking at me? And you're like kind of, it happens. So you see her, kind of look the other way, see her, kind of keep putting yourself in her eye line, and let her find you, and then act surprised, like, oh, I can't believe we saw each other at the same time. How weird. Now, you saw her, right?
Yeah.
So you didn't react.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure she needed to react first.
Well, you saw her, so you need to know that it's her.
Oh, okay, okay.
And you're like, oh, so then you would keep peeking, like, is she looking
Okay.
at me? Is she looking at me? I wonder if she's looking at me. And then, because hopefully she doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like a car crash. Like you can't look, like you're gonna try to look away, but you got to keep peeking at it.
Okay.
Did you guys make eye contact? I thought you made eye contact.
did. We
Yep.
made eye
So that's it. So that's the moment.
Okay.
And neither of you look away there,
Okay.
because you don't want to get caught looking away.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. And you keep moving. Keep like bringing attention over here. Here we go.
Natalie! Can you hold a second? Shut up. Natalie, how are you? Oh my God.
I'm getting coffee. Should I join you?
Yes.
Again. Fake.
I'm getting coffee. Should I join you?
Yeah, like more of like a question, like, would that be the weirdest thing, or is this? Am I out of my
The
mind?
getting coffee part or the joining her?
Both. Like, is this weird? We're running into each other. This is such what a.
I'm getting coffee. Should I join you?
Yes.
You have a minute?
Yes. I'll finish up while you're.
Great.
I gotta go. What's Friday like for you? Friday night?
Good. Do it again. Bigger, louder. Make sure she didn't see you.
Okay. Doesn't see me?
Yeah. Like that. She's not already here to hear you talking dirty to a guy.
Oh, okay. Pretend she didn't see me. Okay.
Like, make sure she's still ordering while you're telling him all this stuff.
Okay. I gotta go. What's Friday like for you? Friday night? Kenny's got a gig. Okay. I'll be there. That's just my number. Okay. See you then.
Hey, Celeste. Well, what do you know? It's so great to see you.
You too.
Where did you go?
Where did you go? You dropped out of the world. You look great, Natalie. You look really put together.
Good. We need more. We need more of the fun. We're losing some of the fun.
Okay.
So, it's like, You bitch. No, you're the bitch. You look good. No, you look good. Like, it's that from the very beginning. Hey, Celeste. Well, what do you know? I know, right? That is the energy. Right from there. Just come in and do it.
Okay. Hey, Celeste. Well, what do you know? It's so great to see you.
You too.
Where did you go?
No, slower. Where did you go?
Where did you go?
Where did you go? You dropped out of the world. You look great, Natalie. You look really put together.
I sort of am together.
Did I hear you got married?
2 years.
Congratulations.
Do it again, did I hear? And bigger
Okay.
and slower and louder.
Did I hear you got married?
2 years.
Again, slower.
Slower.
Like each word.
Sorry, the accent.
Yeah, it's hard.
Uh,
Did I hear? Like that.
Okay.
Like,
Did I hear?
that's it. Good. Don't be brave and do it
Yeah.
again and go physical with it.
Did I hear you got married?
2 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You look so hokey stokey.
What does that mean?
Sex bomb.
I'll accept that.
Are you still with that guy?
Kenny? Yeah.
In the same place?
Yeah, same place. The room. Where are you?
Upper West Side. 2 rooms. It was Henry's aunt's when she...
What are we doing?
Good. Do that line again. Okay.
It was Henry's aunt's when she...
No, the whole thing. So, and I know the accent got bad, but
Yeah.
sit on this for a second, because here's the idea. Even though you're saying, "Are you with that guy?" You're kind of saying, "You're not still with that same loser, are you?" And she's like, "Yeah, Kenny, but you're not in the same place." Yeah.
Okay.
It's a room, and it's a shithole. How about you? Oh, Upper West Side, 2 rooms, like 1 room, 2 rooms, lower, upper.
Okay.
It was given to us by his rich aunt. Ugh, it's tough. And that's when you go, look at us, let's sit. Let me change the subject.
Okay.
Okay.
So, wait, where are we starting from?
She'll say her line about the, or let's go with
Kenny?
you're with that same guy.
Okay. Are you still with that guy?
Kenny? Yeah.
In the same place?
Yeah, same place. The room. Where are you?
Upper West Side, 2 rooms. It was Henry's aunt's when she...
What are we doing? Let's sit. I'm set up over here.
Good idea.
Okay, go again. Same thing. See if we can play more of the comedy, okay? And Olivia, you've got to pay attention to her walk. Keep listening the whole time,
Even when we're sitting down?
especially when you're sitting down, because that's when she's moving.
Okay. Are you still with that guy?
Yeah.
Are you still with that guy?
Kenny? Yeah.
In the same place?
Yeah, same place. The room. Where are you?
Upper West Side, 2 rooms. It was Henry's aunt's when she...
What are we doing? Let's sit.
Good again. So you'll have to interrupt her there. And let's be a little more playful, a little more hiding of our feelings.
A little more hiding of our feelings. Okay.
You still with that guy?
Are you still with that guy?
So you looked like something smelled bad.
Yeah, because it...
Right, that's what I want you to hide.
Oh, okay,
That's what
okay,
I'm saying.
okay. I see what you... Okay.
Yeah, got to play the opposite. It goes back to the, hey, Celeste. It's the same thing. Are you still with that guy?
Okay. Are you still with that guy?
Kenny?
Yeah, good. Again, faster.
Are you still with that guy?
Kenny? Yeah.
In the same place?
Yeah, same place, the room. Where are you?
Upper West Side. 2 rooms. It was Henry's aunt's when she...
What are we doing? Let's sit.
All right, good. Again. Now, when I say faster, I don't mean you talk faster. I mean faster on the pickups.
Oh, okay.
So no pausing in between your lines,
Okay.
but you don't have to speak faster.
Okay.
You see the difference? Okay. And it's like, even for the Upper West Side, it is a jab, but it's more of a jab if you downplay it.
Yeah, be like, oh, it's not a big deal. It's just Upper West Side. You know.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Okay.
Upper West Side, 2 rooms.
Okay. Are you still with that guy?
Kenny? Yeah.
In the same place?
Yeah, same place, the room. Where are you?
Upper West Side. 2 rooms. It was Henry's aunt's when she...
What are we doing? Let's sit. I'm set up over here.
Good idea. Well, here we are. The accounting department.
Good. Again, this is like the funniest thing. Do it again.
What's funny?
Nothing, but she thinks it is.
She does?
You do.
I do.
Back up.
No. Physical.
Well, here we are. The accounting department.
Again. She thinks it's hilarious. Big, loud, go.
Okay.
Slow.
Well, here we are.
Good. And look right at her when you do it. Do it again.
Well, here we are. The accounting department.
I was secretarial.
What?
I was secretarial.
Is that a ring on your finger?
So what's your response?
I was secretarial.
I was secretarial? Yeah. So what is she saying?
That I don't have a good job as she does.
I don't have as good a job as you used to have.
I used to have.
She used to have.
Yes.
She was an accountant. What are you now?
I'm still an accountant.
Oh, you are. You're just
Yeah.
upper, higher up. Okay.
Yeah.
We both weren't we both secretarial at one point? Because we were working together?
Yeah, we were working together.
I see. So you're saying the accounting department because you moved up,
Yes.
Yeah.
and you're going.
So, like,
I
we
never
had-
did
so, like,
move
we had the
up.
same job.
So that's what
we
I'm
were,
saying.
like,
It's,
Oh,
it's,
okay,
it's
okay.
up with it. It's no, not quite.
Okay.
Should I start over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
From here we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at her. Look at her. You got to affect her.
Here we are. The accounting department.
I was secretarial.
Is that a ring on your finger?
Good. Good. So how do we get from there to there?
I see it.
Yeah, but why?
Because I need something else to point out about her.
Why?
Because I want to point out her insecurities.
No,
I want to
no.
know about her.
That's not why. The why is because it gets awkward. Here we are, the secretarial department. No, here we are, the accounting department. I was secretarial. And then she might look away or something, and then you're going, okay, like, what do I say?
Okay.
And then it's like, and actually, you're actually not trying to hurt her here.
No, I'm just as nervous as she is.
And not only that, but you see a ring on her finger. Maybe that's some good news. Maybe she's getting married.
To Kenny.
To anybody. Yeah, but it would have to be Kenny, because she already told you she's with Kenny.
Yeah.
So maybe she's getting married to Kenny. Thank God. Maybe she's already married. Thank God. Hopefully she's not an actress still. What a loser. Well, here we are.
Is that a ring? Oh, sorry, I was starting to jump ahead.
Go from here we are. And so that you can create the awkward.
Okay, okay.
Sit on the awkward, then get out of the awkward with the ring.
Okay.
And then
Here we
Monica,
are.
you'll be excited about the ring. Is that a ring? Yes. And then you'll get all the way to like, is it? Well. Okay.
Okay.
Well, here we are. The accounting department.
I was secretarial.
Is that a ring on your finger?
I guess so.
I mean, it looks like an engagement ring.
Yeah, good.
So is
Good,
it?
good. All right, and Monica, careful of your hair because you're
Okay.
blocking them off from your view.
That's why I moved over here.
So you made the reaction before it happened, the awkward. So now that you're understanding it, you can't react before it happens. Okay? So we know it's gonna get awkward. You got to sit there and let it happen. So just keep staring at her until it feels awkward, and then let something happen from there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's gonna be like this moment. You'll hold eye contact, and then let that happen. Then get to the ring. Okay. Then is that a ring I see on your finger? I want you to play it up. So you kind of went there, which is fine. But I want you to be like, that? Oh, I guess so. You know, like something where you're excited.
Okay.
You know, because if we leave it there, awesome. Like let her assume what she wants to assume.
Mm-hmm.
But then when she asks you the question, you have to talk about it. It sucks.
Where are we starting from?
Accounting?
The accounting
The
department.
accounting department. Okay. Well, here we are. The accounting department.
I was secretarial.
Is that a ring on your finger?
I guess so.
I mean, it looks like an engagement ring. Well, is it?
Bigger. Well.
Well, is it?
That's what Kenny called it.
Isn't that what it is then?
He didn't exactly ask me. He just said that's what it was.
A guy says he has an engagement ring. It isn't a big leap to...
Yeah, but he put it on my Visa card.
Oh, well, that's...
Questionable.
Sorry, I almost said your line.
Good. All right, so go again. So now we're getting caught in the accent, obviously, and like there are stopping points and this and that. But the thing's got to flow. So now we have to speed up to slow down, speed up to slow down. And it's not necessarily you talking faster. It's the quicker pickups.
Okay.
So like when we go quick, or like when we pick up all our pickups, then we earn the pause. We earn the awkward. And then we go again, and then we earn the awkward. So let's try just this beat one more time, and then we'll talk about the scene after.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Where at?
Same place.
Accounting.
The accounting department.
Yeah, and take your time. See her. Big, big, big. Keep playing. Both of you play, play, play.
Well, here we are. The accounting department.
I was secretarial.
Good. Try it again. Even more energy. Big, big, big.
Well, here we are. The accounting department.
Even more, even more. Try to get each other laughing. Big.
Well, here we are. The accounting department.
More. 10 times more.
Well,
It doesn't help to slam your hand. Gotta be louder and more to her, to her, to her, to her.
well, here we are. The accounting department.
Double that.
So when you say double, do you mean louder?
Yes, louder,
Okay.
bigger, more, everything.
Well, here we are. The accounting department.
Good. Now add a big fake laugh to it and go again.
In the beginning or
The
afterwards?
whole time. Go.
Well, here we are. The accounting department.
I was.
Good. Good. And do it again. Now bigger and louder and more laughy, and laugh with her.
Okay.
Fake laugh with her and then answer. Okay, here we go.
Oh, well, here we are. The accounting department.
I was secretarial.
Is that,
Now big again. Woo.
is that a ring on your finger?
Good, bigger. Give me like, I'm just gonna direct you, okay? Give me one of these.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh.
Is that a ring on your finger?
On your finger? Big. Go.
Is that a ring on your finger?
I guess so.
Go.
I mean, it kind of looks like an engagement ring.
Good, no, go bigger, Olivia, go.
I'm.
Well,
is it?
is it? Yeah.
Well,
Spill the
is it?
beans.
That's what Kenny called it.
So
Go.
isn't that what it is then?
So isn't, yeah.
He didn't exactly ask me. He just said that's what it was.
A guy says he is an engagement ring. It isn't a big leap to.
Yeah, but he put it on my Visa card.
Oh.
Do it again. Do it again. Don't stress my. Yeah, but he put it on my Visa card. Or yeah, but he put it on my Visa card.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a kind of a bummer. Like it is. I'm getting married, but what a loser.
The my has all caps.
Right. So you do have to stress it. I get it, but
okay, I wasn't sure. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Just try it.
Okay.
I don't know why it wasn't quite there. Maybe that's the part where you play away.
Play away. Okay.
Ring, is that a ring on your finger?
Yeah, but he put it on my Visa card. Pick it up from there.
Well, isn't that what it is then?
Yeah, but he put it on my Visa card.
Oh. Well, that's.
Questionable? Yeah.
Questionable? Yeah. Bigger.
Questionable? Yeah.
Are you still acting?
Right. Which is another like change of subject.
Because of
So-
the awkward?
Right.
Okay.
So now we earn the awkward
so
again.
wait for it.
Yeah, you kind of did, but I want you to know the why there. So it's like,
Okay.
let's talk about our work. We used to work together. Now we went the same. Is that a ring? Yeah, it's a ring, but you getting married? No. Are you still acting? Let's talk about acting. Oh, I am, but
Yeah.
not really. Yeah. So like you're trying for conversation, and it keeps dying. And then finally she's like, I want to hear the truth. And then you just freaking lay into her. And that's like this like kind of turn that we hit.
Okay.
But good, let's stop there. Very good. All right, so let's talk about what did the two of you take away specifically from Masterclass this particular weekend?
Though questioning certain lines and the pauses and why it's there, especially adding the accent, it's hard for me, I guess, to connect with Celeste because I'm not used to doing the accent.
Uh-huh.
But it's important because it's her.
Mm-hmm.
And
certain accents are going to be easier for you than others based
Yeah.
on your ancestral history. It's in our blood. It's actually true. So you're going to be, like, the accent that you come from that's a part of you will be easier for you to do than one that's totally foreign. It is. So you'll have to work harder at this than you will other accents.
yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
And that's just truth. What else?
What else? Questioning the why and being more playful with the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's a serious topic, I need to embrace my playfulness, which
Yes. Yeah, and what's interesting is in order for us to deal with the serious, we need the playful, like we need the opposite in order for it to be even more serious.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. I'm getting stuck with like playfulness. Is it real and authentic from me or not? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that. So her she's a character that's she's larger than life. So you have to find a way to justify her, love her, fall in love with her completely, see her as wonderful and not like gross. You have to see her as a broken person that you get to play and love. And then you have to look at her and go, okay, her defense mechanism is this thing, whatever it is, you know, big, loud, you know, in certain areas of her life, and she acts out in certain areas, and then you by bringing yourself into that, you realize, okay, what would have had to happen for me to be that way? And that's how you kind of start to build your backstory, to insert you into the character. And the truth is, you know, we just heard from Nick a second ago, or you weren't in the room, but for his accent, the New York accent, he had an interesting story attached to that. So, but if we took pretty much any kid who's a baby and we put them into a household where they speak a certain language or they have a certain dialect or accent of sorts, the kid will pick it up. Yeah. And it doesn't matter your nationality. Like if we took you as a baby and stuck you in like a house that was like heavy Brooklyn accent, you would pick it up. Like that's just the way it is. So you have to go, okay, like when she was born, what happened, and then what happened with her parents, or what happened, like what you know, horrific thing happened as a kid that caused her to like act out in this way, et cetera, et cetera. And why is her confidence so low? What happened to her with her hip? Like all these things are like, they add up, and they become who she is. And she's covering up all that pain with the picture that she wants everyone to see as far as who she is. Yeah. And that's how you build the character. Okay. So she's tough, but that playfulness is her. It's her defense mechanism. It's her saying, "Hey, like I'm this way, and I'm covering up all the pain. I'm covering up the guy I just hung up with. Like I'm hiding my true self, and I'm putting out this false persona." And she's doing the same thing from the other perspective. But you saw like last time, and by the way, like, whoa, you memorized a lot of scene. I was gonna let you go last time, and I'm like, I wasn't expecting it to be 45 minutes.
Neither were we.
Yeah, I didn't know it was that long.
And I think you were slow too. Like
we were really
like the
slow.
scene was slow, but still, I was like, at a certain point, I'm going, all right, I guess we're gonna see how far this thing goes. But well done. Like you did all that work, right? But then you see today how much juice we can squeeze out of just walking in. Yeah. And there's so much funny from just that first interaction, and realizing that, wow, if there's that much good in us saying hi, how much good is there in all of these little moments? And we can keep squeezing it out, and finding it, to where you get to that place where I was talking about, you get to deliver one of these unbelievable lines, but you've really earned your way there. Yeah. So it's not like your first laugh line. That's like your first fall out of your chair laugh line, because the audience loves you by now. They've fallen in love with both characters, both points of view. We're laughing, we're uncomfortable, all the feels, and then we get to some of the poetry that John Patrick Shanley puts in there. Yeah. And it's like, and it really highlights it. So that's what I wanted you to get from today, was to just see how much nuance there could be. Yes. So, how about you?
I think for me, it was good to be able to find the comedy in it, because I know you said that's what we were gonna do, like at the end of class the other day, and I think like we focused a lot on the seriousness of it, maybe a little too excessively, because I didn't really know how else to go about it.
Sure.
So it was really it's really beneficial to be able to see moments from a new perspective, and then be able to paint like a better picture just in that one moment.
And some of this is not exactly the way I even portrayed it for you. I just wanted you to realize that you were so far this way that in order to get you where we wanted you, I'm just like, let's just go all the way over here, because we can always take you backwards a little bit. But there is that music in there, that if you hear the music and find the music, it's like, okay, from the character I build, that has to come out, that little bitiness, you know. You got it with the little moments like that were great, and they came organically. So then it's like, how do I recreate that type of feeling every time without me putting it in logically? Because you're a very logical person, yeah? Would you say about yourself?
Most of the time.
Yeah. Because I watch your brain work, and it's like you want to be like, okay, should I go? You know, like you want to be like, next thing, and then you do the next thing, and then you kind of want to be like, then I'm going to do it the way exactly. And the problem is, acting is an art, and it's a lot of going to be feel. So I'll kind of direct you in a certain way, and then I want you to play. I don't want you to be like, it's got to be the exact way that he says or whatever, because I'm not saying that. I'll just be saying, this moment's off a little bit. Try this thing. Play with this thing. So I want you to hear it from now on and go, okay, cool. Let me process that. Let me go. Like, let me go big. Let me be bad if I'm going to be bad, but like go all the way with a concept to see what I might be able to find there instead of trying to get it right. Because oftentimes there isn't really a right. There's a truth and a non-truth, but there isn't like a, this is the exact way to say the line. And having said that, there is a wrong way, you know, which is saying it in such a way that brings out the wrong meaning behind the line. You know, so if you understand what the subtext is, and that would be a really good exercise for the two of you to work through, assuming you want to move forward with the scene, and that's whether or not you want to, obsess over this accent for the next 3 months. But if you do, then I say keep going with it. But it's going to require that. Yeah. But if that's your choice to move forward with the accent and like really push yourselves in that way, then doing a lot of subtext work would be really great. Which means instead of saying the line, say what you're thinking.
Okay.
Like improving, you know, like use lately to improv with it, like just say what we're thinking or say what we're feeling.
Improv your thoughts instead of saying out loud what you're actually saying. So she says her opening line is Celeste, right? Or no,
Wait.
no, what do you say? What do you say to her?
Oh, Natalie. No,
Natalie.
How are you?
No, but you go, Natalie, right? What are you thinking?
Oh God,
Like,
that
oh,
bitch.
Shoot. Oh
Yeah.
shoot, like
Yeah, that's
here
it.
she is.
That's it. Oh God, that bitch. It's oh shit,
Yeah.
Natalie. That's subtext line.
Okay. Yeah, that would be fun.
Then you come over and what's your line when you come over?
I'm getting coffee. Should I join you? Do you have a minute?
I cannot wait to rub in your face everything I got going on. I'm getting coffee. Should I join you? Do you got a minute?
Yes.
No, fuck no. Hell no. That's the absolute last thing I want to do right now. Yeah, sure. I'll be okay. So there's like thought, line. And then you have to trust that we'll hear your thoughts, but you have to actually think them. Like the character has to be thinking that. And where we get stuck is us as actors start to think, and we have our own thoughts that are not the character's thoughts.
Okay.
So, and that's when you get caught acting, because you're like trying to portray a certain thing instead of living it. Cool. All right, good job. All right, we are off to lunch. It'll be about an hour, and we will be right back.
There you go. All right, we're up.
Okay, we live? Good? Oh, do you have an announcement?
No, it's just that we're up. Oh, you know what I do? One thing. So I'll remind everybody over here first off, since we're back from lunch, make sure all your cell phones are on silent or out of the room. And then also, we are always on camera on this side as well. So be aware as far as being engaged and really listening in on everything. When we're live, we cut to you guys quite a bit as well. So be aware.
Okay. Welcome back. We've got 2 scenes coming up here after lunch. First up and next are actors Joey and Andrea, working through an excerpt of from the play Proof by David Auburn.
What?
Oh God. Sorry. Did I wake you?
What?
Okay, all right. So we're still working on this what moment.
Yeah.
So what happens is you do that, you make that move, and then you freeze for some reason.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah.
You
I
need-
should like continue the movement and like scan the room and like panic because that's where I am.
Until you figure out who it is.
Right.
And then the second what is like you're still just like coming to.
Okay.
So that's that. So just make sure that it's weird if you wake up and then you just freeze till he talks.
Right.
And then Joey, be cautious not to get stuck.
Here.
Well, anywhere.
Yeah.
So just be aware of the whatever happens, like get yourself to a place where like what's your desire as soon as she pops up? What do you want?
Get out.
Okay, what else?
Then I want to talk to her. I want to.
But what else besides get out right now do you want in the immediate moment?
Not be in trouble.
Good. What else?
An invitation back.
How would you not be in trouble? What do you want to make sure she knows?
I'm not the enemy. Like,
Yes.
I'm not stealing shit.
No, that's
Well,
irrelevant right now.
That's a lie. Yeah.
It's that hey, you're safe. Like I'm not a like you're good. There's not a murderer. Because you just it's 2 a.m. and you just made a noise. She pops up, freaked out, and you got to go, oh, like we're cool.
Yeah.
So therefore, like react however you would and get to wherever you need to be to make sure she knows that hey, it's just me. It's just the guy I've been coming, like we're good, Yeah.
I do have a question about those 2 whats because I know that last time we kind of explored how like on that first what after I say it, I like notice him. So would by the second what I know that he's there? Am I like questioning like what's going on? Like why? Like I know that he's there, but I'm still confused about the situation. Does that make sense?
Well, it
Yes.
says
Yes, so-
that dad's there until after the
I
second.
think that my
what.
dad's sitting there because I dreamed of him sitting there, but it was a dream. But I like couldn't associate that it was a dream, so I'm like part of me still like in that area. So the first what, like I'm kind of like why am I like?
So the 2 of you have just hugged, you and your dad, in
Yeah.
the scene prior, right? And what do you say that the script says?
The dad is there until the second what?
And then he gets up and leaves?
No, and then he just disappears.
Because
Oh.
I'm dreaming or
Like a
hallucinating
magical
that he's there.
stage move of some kind?
Yeah. I don't know how they do it, but that's what it says. Specifically, after her second what, it says Robert leaves. Like Robert's gone. Suddenly Robert is gone or something.
Okay. Does it say that that she says what to him?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So that could be irrelevant, and it depends on like, does it say she gets up at a certain point or sits down at a certain point?
No.
Because if it does, then you have to be in a position where that would be possible.
Yeah.
So, and is there an exclamation point after the what?
I don't think there is.
Do you have the book?
I have the book somewhere.
So these are the questions you want to ask, and
you
this
want
is
me to
why
get
I'll
it?
tell you. Yeah, get it, please. You know, I read these plays and then I study them and then I read more, and so
Yeah.
I don't know all the details perfectly.
Sure.
So I'm happy to be wrong, but then if I am, we have to figure that out.
Yeah.
No, it's just a question mark. It's not an exclamation point.
Okay.
But then what does it say about the dad specifically? Because
It's
for some reason I felt like
Can I see it?
she's
Yeah,
in a
of course.
daze.
yeah.
Catherine sits up with a jolt,
So I don't even get up. I like sit up.
but the jolt.
Okay, gotcha.
So there is a reaction. There is a coming out of that. You might make your whole world a whole hell of a lot easier if you move the table to the other side.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm so down for that. I'm so down for that. Yes.
You know how magic works?
No.
How does magic work? What do you do as a magician?
Oh, you get
Perception?
people to believe something, and then
You get him. What you do is you get him to look. So this is why it's easier on little kids, and you don't have to be good at magic to get them to think it's magic. You can be not very good because they're not really as perceptive, and honestly they're more trusting.
yeah.
And so I could easily just put a quarter in my hand and put it like this and then go, what is that? And turn their head and then pull a quarter out of their ear and they'll be like, right?
No wonder my ear was hurting.
The older you get, the more you start to question that, and then you're like, okay. And then you know it didn't happen, but you go, how did you do that? Because I was watching your hand. And they just get better and better at getting you to look the other way. Look over here, look over here, look over here, while I do something else over here.
Oh,
That's pretty much magic, sleight of hand.
sure.
So the reason I bring that up is because I was actually just asking myself the question, what would I do as a director in our space or any space in order to get him off the stage?
Oh, Robert?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would try to get me to look at you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Makes sense.
So if I get me to look at you and she's reacting to you and then you say something over here and he sneaks out and we look back and he's gone, a lot of people will see him, but depending on how you stage it and light it or whatever, and depending on how fancy your stage is, you can actually create a magic moment of some kind where everyone's like, whoa, where'd he go? And they know he didn't really disappear, or did he? You know? So I thought to myself, that would be impossible with you over there.
Yeah.
And then I thought, gosh, with you standing behind her, that kind of solves that problem.
Because I'd be like, hey, you're back. No, makes sense.
Yeah.
I like that.
So let's do this again. I think she should be on that side, probably.
Okay.
Would make sense. I would
So-
push the table even further. Huh?
Why? Do you mind if I ask?
Because you're going to be over there.
Oh, but now I'll just walk in normally?
No.
Or
So if she's where
same way I've
she's
been
where she
entering.
is, If she stays there
Uh-huh.
and you come in, she's got to turn around to get into the scene.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
And that's your exit, right? So you have to actually pass her to get out,
I see.
which is why, again, to get on the same plane. See, this is all your experimental magical work. Yeah, I would bring this down, over, make life easier on yourself. Put you there, right? There's your porch. And you're going like this, and now you kind of walk in, and now instead of turning this way, I would turn that way, and you're just like, got it. Fudge.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And then she's
That's
gonna
dope.
go, she wakes up with a jolt. Now your second what? Dad. Him. Does he see dad?
Is the first what me like reacting instantly, and the second what is him being like, what just like happened? Is that like?
You're coming to, yes, you're figuring out like what's what. I mean, you're having a hallucination
Right.
is the dad thing,
Right.
right?
Gotcha.
So you're gonna be jolting in a way that's like, even though you're in the middle of the scene, this sound wakes you up, and then all of a sudden he's gone, and then we figure out as an audience, oh, he wasn't even real.
Okay.
Sick.
What?
Oh, God. Sorry. Did I wake you?
What?
Were you asleep?
You scared me, for Christ's sakes.
Good, I'm not loving all your walking, Joey,
Yeah.
and I think you probably don't need to get up.
Okay.
Cool.
So why would you? This is a good question though. Why would you walk when the blocking was the other way, when the furniture was the other way? Why would it make sense to move where it doesn't make sense to move now?
To get on the same plane as her, so
Right.
I'm not behind her. Yeah.
Right. So now why does it not make sense?
Because she can see me and I can see her.
And approaching her is
Dangerous? Yeah.
it's an aggressive move, whereas to say I'm not dangerous
Oh, I see.
is
See,
there.
that I was walking because I wanted to play that we just talked about, like, good guy, but that makes total
So
sense.
good guy is get on her eye line,
Yeah.
get in her plane of view, let her know, hey, I'm good.
Yeah.
But think about it. Think about how would you approach a dog? A vicious dog who is, and you want to be like, hey, I'm a good guy.
Yeah.
That's the feel a little bit.
Cool. Thank you.
Gotcha.
And actually, you're up.
I'm up. I'm in a daze.
You're staring at Dad. Dad's there.
What?
Oh, God. Sorry. Did I wake you?
What?
Were you asleep?
You scared me, for Christ's sakes. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I'm done for the night.
Good.
Drinking alone?
Yes?
Champagne, huh?
Yes?
Celebrating?
No, I just like champagne.
It's festive.
What?
Festive.
Do you want some?
Okay, so we got into a really good space, and then we kind of fell out of it.
Yeah.
And I think part of it was you stopped listening to his feet.
Oh, yeah, you're right. 100%. Yeah.
Okay. And then you were not changing if your approach wasn't working.
Can you elaborate? Just because I don't get that off the top of my head.
Okay.
Like
so
the moment.
so I can't think of something like as an example, but if you said something to me that you think is going to be a funny joke that I'm gonna think is funny.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead. Whatever. You could just say joke, whatever, it doesn't matter.
the Seahawks. They're terrible.
Not the time, Joey.
Sorry. What are you up
See,
to?
so now your energy has shifted
Yeah.
because I'm not giving you the reaction you had expected. So you're trying to like take something, like break down a wall, and so you gotta let yourself keep playing, but react to what you're being given.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, and when you see him, just like me, I was like, all right, I'm not gonna give in to you, but like funny. Like underneath, I thought he was cute.
Okay.
With the Seahawks comment, you know what I mean? And then I started enjoying him squirming, and that's where she'd be.
So it's almost like I'm staring him down in a way and like, hey, like back off a little bit.
No, it's like I'm not gonna let you see how much I actually think you're cute.
Okay, gotcha. All
But I
right.
totally do.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So the first move, like when I started moving towards her, felt good, right? Then
Well, it
she
worked. You got a reaction,
Yeah, but then she looked at me, so I stopped. Then when she looked away, I started moving again, but then I didn't get the look back, so then
And that's why it didn't work. I said she
felt
stopped listening
stuck.
to your feet.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But because she stopped listening to your feet, you needed to do something else. So what you did was you did a pattern that didn't work,
Yeah.
so you have to keep listening.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So you did a move and it's like, haha, laugh. And then you're like, I'll do it again. Pattern. She didn't pick up on the pattern, didn't do it with you. You went, and then because you're not doing it together, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So because she's not reacting, go sit or
Different
don't
approach, yeah.
move or
Yeah.
whatever, but you have to adapt.
Sure. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's a team sport always.
Gotcha.
Awesome.
What?
Oh, God. Sorry. Did I wake you?
What?
Were you asleep?
You scared me, for Christ's sakes. What are you doing?
Sorry. I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I'm done for the night.
Good.
Drinking alone?
Yes.
Champagne, huh?
Yes.
Celebrating?
No, I just like champagne.
It's festive.
All right. So, how's it feeling?
Better.
Better.
It's way better. It's way better. So now we should get into more of this betterness. And I have an admission of guilt here. When I first dove into this play and researched it, we did the scene between the dad and the daughter over and over and over again. And you gotta fix the camera.
Sorry, it's bothering the shit out of me.
And we studied that, and then we did a different dad-daughter scene, and we did a different scene between the sisters and whatnot. And here's my admission of guilt. I don't know that I ever went to this scene. I just knew it really well. This whole time, I thought it was the beginning of a scene.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
It is funny, but it's also, you guys needed to know that too. You need to understand, like, because I want to be questioned. Do you understand? Like, I don't want to be right. So
Sure.
It makes no sense that you're sleeping.
Right.
It makes no sense. I just assumed if this is the beginning of the scene, there's no other logical thing.
Yeah.
So literally, it's my bad. Like this, bad coaching, honestly.
Yeah.
And bad work by you, because you have to go like, this doesn't make sense.
Right.
You know, and then question those things, and then honestly, like, I would have loved to have this aha moment last class 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Because we would have progressed further. Because obviously it feels better because this is the way it's supposed to be.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think I just honestly, yeah, I love that lesson.
Because
I knew it wasn't the beginning of the scene.
But if you look at it,
But I didn't.
So
want
Robert
to-
Robert says to her, she says, you're sitting here, you're giving me advice. You bought me champagne. Her dad says yes, a beat. Which means, her dad says, for you? She says yes. He says, for you, Catherine, my daughter, who I love very much, it could be a bad sign. Because she just asked if she's crazy.
Right.
She just figured out I'm having hallucinations and that you're not real and that you're dead, but I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
That just happened. Then it says, dad and daughter, they sit together for a moment, noise off. So he's there. Dad's there. The actor, there. Hal enters. Semi-hip clothes. Good.
Thanks.
He carries a backpack and a jacket, folded. Good. He lets the door go and it bangs shut. Good. Catherine sits up with a jolt. So you're already sitting together with your dad, you're there, and then this noise happens, boom, now we're in the scene, and the actor's still there. Now we have to have this moment, actor slips off, and now the audience is going, oh. Or she's going, I hope he doesn't notice that I was, whatever. And that's the opening beat, which is like, it's what we were playing, but it's such a different way to get into it.
Yeah.
And honestly, so much easier with the way it's written. Now it makes sense. Like there's less work to do because it's just like, it's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I kind of like upset with myself because I feel like part of me knew that. Like I knew that was what was happening, and then I didn't trust myself, and then I didn't do it.
Good.
So like.
Good, and it's okay. So, and this is one of those things where, like, I'm not kidding when I say I don't mind being wrong. Like, I'm dead wrong. I literally slapped myself on camera live on TV. Okay.
Dude, I work with you. I'm aware.
You're aware.
Yeah.
So ask those kind of questions.
Yeah.
And I want to be proven wrong because I want to do the play right. You
Yeah.
know, like more than anything, that's what I want to do with you. And so good. So now we're there. So now the thing is, let's take some more hints here. So, sorry, I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I'm done for the night. Good. Drinking alone.
I'm ashamed of it.
Catherine realizes she is holding the champagne bottle. She puts it down quickly.
So I was holding it the whole time.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
So now it needs to be in your hands somehow, all the way. You should probably be sitting back, I would imagine. Maybe you're hugging it or something. You would not take a drink. Not in a million years would you take a drink. Because right now, you just became self-aware of the fact that you're drinking.
Then I don't have to wait either. That's cool.
Festive. He makes an awkward party gesture.
I hate that. I hate it. I've done this play 3 times and I feel like I never get, like, what's an awkward party gesture? You know, like I try to just like give into it and like move, but you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure I even looked that up on Google and it was like...
You looked up awkward party gesture?
Yes! I'm not gonna lie to you. Like,
I mean, that's pretty awkward.
I was desperate.
Well, let's go to why. I think you know why.
He's trying to be cute. Yeah.
So, yes, he's trying to be cute. Why would he say festive?
He knows it's her birthday. Or it's going to be, right?
Maybe.
Because that's the
I
whole
was gonna
reason
say,
he's
he
stealing the
doesn't
book.
know it's your birthday. Because he thinks it's tomorrow.
The day before, at least.
Yeah. So he knows it's coming up.
Okay.
I think it's more lighthearted, maybe, like trying to make her not feel crazy. Yeah.
Trying to make her not feel like an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Trying to make her not feel weird. Because you're like, I mean, drinking alone, yeah. Like, not too many people drink champagne by themselves. It's not normal. When is champagne normally
Parties.
served?
Yeah.
Weddings, New Year's, maybe Christmas. But it's got a high alcohol content. It gives you a headache. I mean, I've heard. So he's trying to go, it's cool. You know, you want some? Yeah, I'll drink it, you know, like it's cool.
It's not my choice, but yeah.
It's festive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's trying to do that for her.
Yeah.
You know, but it's already a little bit too late where she feels like an alcoholic and exposed for drinking alone and all those things, you know.
Yeah.
So that's why he says it, is he's going like, nothing wrong with champagne.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Damn. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. And then you make the party gesture to try to make her smile. You may give in a half smile. You know, just make him earn it. But if he earns it, let him have it. Give him a yes. Okay. If he earns it, and you make sure you got her eyes before you do it, whatever you do, whatever party gesture, and you make sure it's for her. And your win is if you get even a glimmer in her eye, some sort of fun something.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy, taking a woman like that all the way.
Yeah, to New Jersey.
LFG.
Yeah, this is going to be so much easier for you.
Yes.
So much easier.
I struggled so much with that what?
Well,
much.
yeah, and now you're in this place where you're just already connected in this way. He's already in, you're already connected, you're already awake.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like what? Like you're looking and going like, and I think part of it is like, what do you know? How long you been standing there?
Mm-hmm. Do you see him too? Am I crazy? Did
Right.
I hallucinate that?
Right.
Yeah.
And then even the whole thing, right? So you know, you're sorry, you are sorry, okay, cool. And now you can get into hitting on her much quicker.
Nice.
Because there's a lot less apology. Nice. Yeah. We get to see a math nerd's A game.
Bring it.
All right, let's do it again.
All right.
What?
Oh, God. Sorry. Did I wake you?
Too choppy.
Yeah,
and then
yeah, I felt it.
But part of it was good. So
Shit.
Just,
I didn't
just-
like the oh God.
I didn't mind it, but it's fine. But either way, like it's not gonna help by just stopping.
Yeah, makes sense. Cool.
Go. Don't think.
What?
Oh God, sorry, did I wake you?
Fake. Go again. Go.
What?
Oh. God, sorry, did I wake you?
What?
Were you
Go hit on her.
asleep?
Hit on her.
Oh, sorry. Were you asleep?
You scared me, for Christ's sakes. What are you doing?
Again, a little louder,
What are you doing?
a little more accusatory, and be aware of your book, Joey.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry.
Be aware of your book.
I didn't
Hide
realize.
it. Hide it more. Hide it more.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I'm done for the night.
I see it, by the way, the book.
Fuck.
But my point is, she says that, and you're gonna be like,
Damn, son.
you're gonna go. Same way she's saying to you, oh God, does he know I've been talking to my dead dad? You're gonna go, oh no, does she know I have like the book? Like,
Oh, yeah.
make sure that she's not talking about that.
Mm,
Again,
From
stop.
okay.
What?
Oh, God, sorry, did I wake you?
What?
Were you asleep?
You scared me, for Christ's sakes.
Weird, Joey.
Yeah.
So don't do what I told you to do. React off her.
Okay.
So, do you want to flirt with her? Yes. Are you flirting with her? Probably. But only whatever you're going to do is going to be off her.
Yeah.
So she was looking at you weird and you're going, you know. And that worked last time. It doesn't work right now. So
Yeah.
now you feel weird. So instead, go into wherever she's at. Get into the boat with her.
Cool.
Win her over. Distract her from the book.
All right.
What?
Oh, God, sorry, did I wake you?
What?
Were you asleep?
You scared me, for Christ's sakes. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I'm done for the night.
Good.
Drinking alone.
Ask that again, Joey, and I want you to give it a new intention. Was there a guy here earlier? Aren't there 2 champagne glasses?
I think so, yeah.
Why aren't they there?
I don't know if there are champagne glasses because I'm drinking straight from the bottle when I
Right,
do drink.
right.
So I think it's me and my dad kind of camaraderie, like drinking from the bottle together, you know? I think you're in the wrong play.
That's why I can't find it. Thank you for questioning me, see?
It would be earlier. It's like the first scene in the entire play that she's talking to her dad.
No, I want her talking to her sister. think you're right. So there's the part where her sister questions her about the police. So this would be the investigative work that you'd want to do.
Mm-hmm.
So the sister says, "Who are you drinking with?" She says that.
Yeah.
I remember that, yeah.
She has the bottle
And she says,
behind
"No
her.
one." Well, then what was this? But if it said, well, then there were 2 glasses or whatever, and it depends on your hallucination, because you could have put 2 glasses out. And again, like you could go even deeper to look like exactly how is it set up, to what extent is your hallucination, and that would potentially change your line.
Yeah.
Drinking alone. Also, perhaps seriously questioning. I mean, how long you been upstairs?
Like 6 hours at least.
At least.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably longer.
Yeah.
So could she have had a date?
Yeah.
For all you know.
I'm pretty oblivious.
Could there? Well, no, but for real, somebody could have been over, and you could have been upstairs, and she could have been, drinking with somebody, and depending on whatever, you might literally be asking, like, I wonder if there's another dude in the picture. Drinking alone, hopefully, and she sees it as, oh, he's, but you could actually be curious.
Just testing the waters.
Testing the waters.
Yeah.
Maybe. Like these are questions you could ask and play with the line in different ways and see what works, and then go back to facts. And if you can't find a fact one way or the other, then you can play the moment. But if you find a fact, then there's a real curiosity there.
Yeah.
So and I don't know the answer. We won't take the time, but to go back and look at that first scene and see if it tells you exactly how it's set up or not. Like, does the dad bring out 2 glasses?
Right.
Do you know?
I don't think so, no.
You don't
I think
think
it's
so?
just the bottle.
It's just a bottle.
Yeah.
Because you say, I'll drink right from the bottle or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the glasses are there.
Really?
Yeah.
So there we go.
Because
So
then why would he say that line?
what line?
Like, or why would she say, no, I'll just drink right from the bottle?
I think he says, oh, damn it, I forgot the glasses or something. I'm such an idiot.
Oh. Yeah, that's right.
I think that's exactly, yeah,
That's
I know
right.
what you're talking, yeah. I remember, like, I was
So now
like
a recollection
90
is coming, right? So now it's like, this is proof. Okay? It's like,
Da-da.
and that's what we're always looking for. We're looking for proof to back up our answers, and we're more than willing to be wrong. That's the thing. Like, it's okay. Then I'm going to go, wait a minute. Could this be? No. Could this be? Ooh, maybe. And then you keep testing your theory until you get like, this is what I think it really is. Yet I'm still willing to be wrong. If somebody else can find something that makes it wrong, cool. Because that just means we understand the play better.
Facts.
So she's drinking alone. There aren't 2 glasses. There's probably at least 2 different variations of your take on that. Drinking alone could be questioning her sanity, questioning her alcoholism, and it could be questioning, is she available?
Yeah. I like that.
Were you here with a dude all night and he just left? Or are you alone? And maybe you soak it up from her eyes. Maybe the mascara is like, it's not that. Or maybe it is, you know what I mean? So like you translate however you want in the moment, but then know that that would be new work that you get to do to figure out where is he coming from. One more time.
All right.
Pause 1 second, Joey. There's something that happens sometimes, and we as a humanity, but just people in general, we can do this for ourselves and each other. We can change the energy of a room. So right now, the energy is a certain way, and I want to have like a start over point. So if we would please, everyone, please a big round of applause for the play proof.
What?
Oh, God. Sorry. Did I wake you?
What?
Were you asleep?
You scared me, for Christ's sakes.
Okay, again, you're too slow.
Okay.
And too quiet. Scene can't be boring.
What?
Oh, God, sorry. Did I wake you?
What?
Were you asleep?
You scared me, for Christ's sakes. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I'm done for the night.
Good.
Drinking alone?
Yes?
Champagne, huh?
Yes?
Okay, what did she tell you when she put the bottle down?
Have it. Come sit here.
Nope.
What? Embarrassed?
Yep.
Oh, shoot.
So what do you got to do?
Oh, backtrack. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
And backtracking might be forward in this
Yeah,
particular case.
Yeah. I
Okay.
see.
All right. Now we're gonna go one more time. I think you lost sight of that book.
Sure did.
You'll never forget the fact that you have in your hands. You
Yeah.
have magic. You have like
Yeah.
something very important in your hands, and you're hiding it.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's like, you're trying to sneak out of somebody's house with something that doesn't belong to you.
Yeah.
And it's right here, and they go, what? And you go, hey, wow, whoa. And she's like, what are you doing? What do you mean, what am I? Okay, it's always there.
Yeah. Okay.
Again.
Okay.
What?
Oh, God, sorry. Did I wake you?
What?
Yeah, again, actually. What? Heighten it more, Joey. Where you can be totally zoned in, and louder, by the way. So it actually would scare you if you think about it.
Yeah.
You're not expecting someone behind you. You're stealing. Just her sitting there would be like, whoa, like that. So let yourself be like totally zoned in and like, yikes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Dun, 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 dun.
What?
Oh, God, sorry. Did I wake you?
What?
Your feet are too calm, Joey.
Just like, what do you mean?
Like,
Planted?
I could
Or
tell
like-
that you pretended to be scared because you didn't back it up.
Oh, I see.
The
Okay.
scared will never go away because you're still like, yeah, I got your book. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Later, let me get out of here.
Cool.
Go. Don't think.
What?
Oh, God, sorry. Did I wake you?
Good. Again. Let's make the oh God its own thing.
What?
Oh, God, sorry. Did I wake you?
What?
The book. The book.
Were you asleep?
Yell at him.
You scared me, for Christ's sakes.
Whew.
I'm sorry. I did not realize it had gotten so late. I'm done for the night.
Get out of here.
Good.
Drinking alone?
No. Talk to her. Be kind.
Drinking alone?
Yes?
No. So she puts it down quickly. Drinking alone. See him, see the bottle.
Drinking alone?
Yes?
And look away. Away, all the way.
Champagne, huh?
Yes?
Celebrating?
No, I just like champagne.
Away.
It's
Away from
festive.
him. Away from him.
It's festive.
What?
Festive!
Keep going, more.
Do you
Get a reaction from her. Get a reaction. A party gesture, a party gesture. Go ahead, say it.
Do you want some?
Sure. Done. You can take the rest with you.
Be kinder.
Done. You can take the rest with you.
And away.
Oh.
Don't have to do anything, Joey, with your hand. Don't have to do anything.
No thanks.
Pull your hand away.
Take it. I'm done.
No. I shouldn't. I'm driving. I can let myself out.
Good.
Away,
Hey,
away.
when should I come back?
Come back?
Yeah. I'm
Good.
no-
So what? When you say come back,
Part of me wants me to. Part of me wants me to for him to come back.
look at him, and I think for a second you're wondering, is he asking you on a date?
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
And then he's
gotcha.
not.
Okay.
And then it's, when should I come back? So be away.
Okay.
See her hands, Joey, because her hands are telling you she does like you.
When should I come back?
Come back?
Again, that was weird, Joey.
Yeah. Yeah, sure was. Okay.
Because you're not talking about a date. You're talking about coming back to work.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, when's a good time?
When should I come back?
Come back?
Yeah. I'm nowhere near finished. Maybe tomorrow?
Fake.
We have a funeral tomorrow.
Look at her. You prick.
God. You're right. I'm sorry. I was gonna attend, if that's all right.
Yes.
What about Sunday? Will you be around?
You've had 3 days.
I'd love to get in some more time up there.
How much longer do you need?
Another week, at least.
Are you joking?
No. Do you know how much stuff there is?
A week?
Look, I know you don't need anybody in your hair right now. I spent the last couple of days getting everything sorted out. It's mostly notebooks. He dated them all. Now that I've got them in order, I don't have to work here. I could take some stuff home, read it, and then bring it back.
No.
Okay, do that again, Joey. Put the
Okay.
bottle back where it was, because that was weird. Talk to her. What are you offering? You're being sarcastic and funny.
Yeah,
He's presenting a realistic offer.
I see. Okay.
The offer is, you know what? I get it.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
It's
You don't want
annoying having me come here. It's annoying me leaving late at night. Look, here. You probably don't know, because you you probably don't know math the way I do, but
Yeah.
he did all this stuff up there. I can make this way easier for you. If you'd prefer, I can take it, organize everything at home, detail it, bring it back. That way you don't have to worry about me coming in and out, because that must suck for you.
Yeah.
Like he's being sincere.
Gotcha.
So he just tells her this,
No, that makes sense.
and then she's gonna be like, "Don't touch my shit."
Yeah. Okay.
But he's actually being kind.
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense.
So just look at her and tell her. Just present the offer.
Look, I know you don't need anybody in your hair right now. I spent the last couple of days getting everything sorted out. It's mostly notebooks. He dated them all. Now that I've got them in order.
So do you think you don't know this line as well as you should potentially?
No, I think I have it.
So just tell her.
Okay.
It sounds like you're still putting notes on this.
Yeah, I might have memorized it that way, but I'm gonna try it because I know I have the words.
Because you don't sound like you.
Yeah.
You sound
makes
like you
sense.
right now. You don't sound like you when you
How?
deliver the line.
Yeah. Look, I know you don't need anybody in your hair right now. I
Yeah.
spent the last couple of days getting everything sorted out. It's mostly notebooks. He dated them all. Now that they're in order, I don't have to work here. I could take some stuff home, read it, bring it back.
No.
I'll be careful.
My father wouldn't want anything moved, and I don't want anything to leave this house.
What?
My father wouldn't want anything moved, and I don't want anything to leave this house.
More specific with diction.
My father wouldn't want anything.
Father wouldn't.
My father wouldn't want anything moved, and I don't want anything to leave this house.
Then I should work here.
Nope.
Then
Just say it.
Then I should work here. I'll stay out of the way.
You're
Did you hear what
wasting-
she said, Joey?
Yeah.
What'd she say?
My father wouldn't want anything moved, and I don't want anything to leave this house.
And what's in your hand
A book.
that you're about to take from her house?
Yeah, okay. I see. I didn't put that piece together.
One more
Okay.
time. Listen.
My father wouldn't want anything moved, and I don't want anything to leave this house.
Then I'll work here. I'll stay out of the way.
You're wasting your time.
Someone needs to go through your dad's papers.
There is nothing up there.
There are
Fight for this.
103
Fight for this. Someone needs to go through your dad's
I've
papers.
looked at those.
Go back. Someone needs to go through your dad's papers. Fight.
Someone needs to go through your dad's
There
papers.
is nothing up there.
There are 103 notebooks.
I've looked at those. It's gibberish.
Someone should read them.
He was crazy.
Yes, but he
Good.
wrote
Good.
them.
See, I know. Thank you. Good.
Hey.
I felt you. I could feel it. Brian's like, dude, time is up,
Is he
man.
doing his weird like?
I was having so much fun though, and I mean, my sincerest apologies, and I mean it, like literally, bro, and bruh.
Bro.
I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed as a coach that I missed that moment because we struggled so hard in the beginning there. So
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed and I'm sorry. But this was good. This was good, and I'm so glad we found it, and I'm so glad we're not afraid to be wrong and we jump right in because it was good. Like, oh, so good. I want you
Yeah.
to do more of it now. You're so funny, Joey. You're so funny, especially when you don't try to be.
Yeah.
Like you are talented as a mofo, man. You are so good.
Thank
Really.
You. Thank you.
Just like I'm watching you blossom and seeing how funny you are, and you really are funny. And then I want you to just lean into the serious, because I think sometimes you indulge in it. That's your only thing.
Yeah.
So like you're funny and like
It's
you know it and you know it's good, and then you want to like, I want more of that affirmation, instead of leaning into like what's making it good and what's making it funny is the truth.
100p.
Yeah.
And it's a terrible habit. You broke it in our first masterclass and like going through it, but it's it's one of those things like kind of like an ancestral sin where it's a daily fight to try to not do that, because like literally that was me growing up always. I was trying to make people laugh so hard that I was like that kid, the stupid one who always does the stupid stuff and tries too hard to make people laugh.
Right.
Because I was like, a lot of it came from insecurity too. Like I was short, I got made fun of, whatever. So then I leaned into it. Like I called myself Smalls and like did stupid party gestures,
Awkward
Hey.
gesture.
But yeah, and thanks for apologizing. But I also wanted to say, I'm really glad it happened because it's funny. Like Masterclass is one of those times where this immense growth happens, and like I get to work with you, so I get a lot of that. But specifically, like when it happens in a scene, we talk about the connection between life and this, right? And when it happens there, it just reminds me like that idea of questioning is so important. But you got to question from love, you know, and that's something I struggle with, and I'm fighting to get over, is to A, be bold enough to ask the question, but B, also make sure it's not coming from love, or that it's coming from love versus like being snippy with somebody by asking the question. So I'm thankful, and it felt good.
Yeah.
Where you at?
Really grateful, and I feel like I learned a lot, not just like in the class, but like in just like the whole process of it. I feel like one thing that you kind of told me last time was that you thought I was afraid of being vulnerable, which I am. Like, I know that. So I kind of like, I don't know, I had like a really deep introspection, like especially like the last month, where I kind of just was like, and I felt like I was afraid to like figure out how much I like related to her in a lot of ways. And then I was kind of like, I kind of have to stop being afraid of that and just understand that like I'm a lot like her in a lot of ways, and to just lean into it more than just push it away.
Yeah. So the great characters that have been written are human. And so you are like her in that you are crazy. You're nuts. But guess what? We all are. We all have fantasies. We all have voices in our heads. We all are trying to figure out what the heck this life is all about. All of us. There's not a single person that hasn't had some kind of a whatever hallucination of some kind and been like, and even as you get older, you start questioning like, what is life? It's a tough question. So these characters, they bring out that in us, and when we fight against it, we fight against the crazy instead of going, you know what, there is like, I can see myself in her, and then finding if certain things were true about my life, would I be any less crazy? You know, I actually, you know, what's funny is I question sometimes, would I be as good as that character?
Yeah.
Would I be as loving as Catherine to take care of Dad and to stay there and be with him and go down that path? But if I did, if I made that choice to be home, to be with my crazy parent and essentially parent them and watch them go through dementia, watch them go through the dying process for years and years and years, the effect that would have on you. You know, and then you did have this, like, you had this talent, and yet you were afraid of it. But as you watched your dad and as you spent time with your dad and the numbers made sense to you the way they made sense to him, then it would scare you even more and more, because the more you knew, the more you relate that to being crazy, because that's what he was. And then what's, you know, what else is crazy is the idea of what you believe you become. So as soon as you tell yourself you're crazy, you're more likely to become more of that, you know? And so, yeah, I mean, it's pretty deep, and I'm glad that you found that. And you know what else? You're being vulnerable now.
Yeah.
In this afterward talk, this is what I was telling you were missing before, was, you know, I asked you how you feel, and you weren't being honest. So now that you're in this place, it's like, cool. This is what acting is, because you can open up a whole character from this place of truth, this place of love and acceptance and openness, and that's where your talent lives, is there. So then you do the work and you put it on top of that truth that lives inside of you, and sky's the limit. What are you feeling?
Right now, I'll see if I can articulate this correctly. Kind of, thank you for that, by the way. That means a lot. I'm kind of like, I'm glad that I could get there. I'm glad that I was open enough with myself to like let myself feel those things, because like grief is a heavy thing to deal with, and I do love this play a lot, and I want to do justice to it very, very badly, and to her. because I feel like she's so much like so many people, and like I feel like I'll be doing not just like I need to do justice to the playwright, but I also need to do justice to the people that are like I feel like where she's coming from. And I think one thing that I really dived into while trying to explore that, because that's what I really focused on, was like this idea of grief. And that was like, that's what made it click for me. And like the whole idea of her taking care of that dad and the amount of strength it takes to like watch someone that you love suffer on like a daily basis, and to just kind of have to like sit there and be like, but I have to take care of them because no one else is going to love them and take care of them the way that I will. So like I found like strength in the character from a different place, and that's what made me kind of fall in love with her, and that made me want to like play her and do her justice more.
Good. It's the right answer. I always know when you're telling the truth because I get chills, and I've got chills. Thank you. All right, we've got one more scene coming up. One more scene. Let's get that switched over as quickly as possible. Let's try to be up in 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We have got one scene left for the day. Thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of this experience with us. The very last scene is being put up by actors Astrid and Joanne, who will be working on an excerpt from the play Rabbit Hole by David Lindsay Aber.
And then I see her coming at me with this look, you know? And everybody kind of steps aside for her, like the Red Sea or whatever, just clears a path for her. And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
But you don't even know this woman?
Never seen her before. I was just sitting there with Rima. Do you remember Rima?
Okay,
No.
good.
Yeah!
So you decided to just skip and start there?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
that's fine with me. I like that. And you obviously got the direction, because that was great.
Okay, good, thank you.
Now, you have to not know her for the story's sake, because that's what makes it amazing.
Right.
But you do know her. So I think you turned the energy too quick, or maybe you don't even have to necessarily.
Okay.
Because here's the deal. But you don't even know this woman? Never seen her before in my life. I'm just sitting there with Rima. You remember Rima? And then you're like right back into the story because you're
Okay.
right. Like because that's the part that makes it amazing. Like I'm like, why is she looking at? Like I don't know her, and I could tell she's looking at me. But you've never seen her. Never in my life, never seen this girl.
Can we move the set back a little because the light is
Yeah.
right on the top of the stage.
Careful with that fridge there, Joey.
What?
The fridge, just careful. I don't want it falling. Do you ever have to go behind there?
No, I don't. She does.
Behind the
I
fridge?
don't have to go
You
behind
don't
there because
want
I can just reach behind there.
Okay, so nope.
So you could push that table actually into the corner. Careful, careful, careful.
My head is on the back.
Oh, that's a great way to protect.
Good, and then you can.
Do you still want a kitty corner?
It's fine. It works for me. This too far up. Perfect. Thank you. And then I see her across the bar coming at me with this look, you know? And everybody kind of steps aside for her like the Red Sea or whatever. Just clears a path for her. And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
But you don't even know this woman?
Never seen her before.
Good, again. So Joanne, this time you got to join that.
Oh.
Get into, but you don't like right into
so
her
the
same
physicality?
energy. Like you're like
Okay.
listening to the story.
Okay.
Okay. Again. Surprise yourself, Astrid. Go again.
And then I see her across the bar coming at me with this look, you know? And everybody kind of steps aside for her like the Red Sea or whatever. Just clears a path for her. And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
And you don't even know this woman?
Never seen her before.
Good. Good. Again. It's got to be a little sooner.
Oh, okay.
So it's like you're listening and you're like almost like you interrupt that.
Okay.
Okay. And then Astrid, do something new.
Okay.
This time, during part of it, be the other woman. But to do that, you'll have to stop talking for a second, run over, play the part, run back to you.
Okay.
And since we stopped, there's something slightly off about the what's with this nut job.
Do you think I should just lose the emphasis on this altogether?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless it's italicized or something, and we need
It
to pick.
is, yeah.
Oh, okay. So. Let's find it. Let's find it together.
Okay.
Let me hear you say it a few times, and let's make it make sense.
Okay.
So you're sitting at a bar, and what do you? And this woman's looking at you, and what do you think to yourself?
Why is she looking at me?
And you say to yourself, and you're like,
what's up with this lady?
what's with?
This nut job. What's with this nut job? What's with this nut job? What's with this nut job?
Yeah.
What's with this nut job?
Now find a way to italicize it so we don't hate it.
Okay.
Because the answer's there, and I don't hear it yet, and maybe you don't hear it yet. Let's find how it's magic.
Okay.
Because the author said do it that way, so we're gonna do it, but we're not gonna just obey. We're gonna find, oh, that's what you meant. Keep going.
Okay.
No, just this part. We're gonna.
Okay. What's with this nut job? What's with
you
this
gotta stress
nut
this
job?
though. You gotta stress this till we love it.
What's with this nut job? What's with this nut job? No, what's with this nut job? What's with this nut job?
Yeah, good. Try to stop on just this. Make this its own
What's
thing.
with this nut job? What's with this? What's with this?
Okay, why could this be important? Now maybe I'm hearing it.
What's with this nut job? What's with this nut job? What's with this nut job?
That's it.
Yeah.
What's with this nut job?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
Okay. What's with
Like
this
there's a
nut
bunch of nut jobs. What's with this one?
Okay. What's with this nut job? Okay. All right. And then I see her coming at me with this look, you know? And everybody kind of steps aside for her like the Red Sea or whatever. Just clears a path for her. And I'm like, what's with this nut job?
But you don't even know this woman?
Never seen her before. I was just sitting there with Rima. Do you remember Rima?
No.
She's a friend of mine. I was sitting there with Rima, and suddenly this lady is in my face. And she's all sweaty and yelling and really pissed.
Why?
I don't even know at this point. It has something to do with her boyfriend who's apparently at the end of the bar.
Were you flirting or?
No, I don't even know what she's talking about. So I'm sitting there with Rima and this lady is in my face and her breath is like...
Boozy?
Yeah, boozy, but even worse, you know? Like there's something rancid stuck to the roof of her mouth.
Ew.
Rotting peanut butter or something.
Good Lord, Izzy.
And people are looking at us. So I'm starting to feel self-conscious, you know?
Of course.
And she's just going off. And I can't really do anything because the place is so crowded. And she's a big lady. Real hefty. More chins than, what does Mom say?
More chins than a Chinese phone book.
Exactly. So I can't even get around her to escape or whatever. And I'm starting to feel violated, you know?
Sure.
My personal space and my dignity or what have you. So I just made a fist, hauled off, and boom!
What does that mean?
It means I hit her.
No, you didn't.
Crazy, right?
You hit her?
Yeah. Right in the face. Boom! She went down.
Oh my God. You hit that woman?
I couldn't get around her and she was screaming like a retard.
Izzy.
What would you have done?
Well, I certainly wouldn't have hit her. Jesus.
And you know what they don't
Good.
tell
Let's
you.
go back to retard.
Okay.
Obviously, that's a
bad.
word. That's a bad word, right? And we're all like, okay, we shouldn't say that. So, this is telling us something about your state of mind, where we're at, and what I need you to do is to be on it.
Okay. Like slap her down.
Immediate.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I think that like we got a little reaction after that word, the reaction needs to be after Izzy.
Okay.
She's looking at me like a retard. Izzy, like, don't say that. Like,
Okay.
that's bad.
Okay.
So start from I
Yes,
couldn't get
please.
around her. Okay, hold on. I couldn't get around her, and she was screaming like a retard.
Izzy! That was not natural.
Yeah, good, good.
Yeah,
What's
but
your
was that
nationality?
Mine?
Yeah.
Well, I'm Asian, so the fact that I have to be like more chins than a Chinese phone book is, you know, a little.
It's a little racy, right? Now, having said that, you can actually, because that's your nationality, you can use it.
Okay.
You can go back to grandma saying this thing, and it's like a saying, and you could actually do an impression of your mom or somebody Asian, but
wait.
it's okay if you say it.
I don't think I want to do that.
You don't want to do that. Okay,
No.
that's fine. That's fine. So then,
Okay.
because then don't do that. Then be offended by it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So then,
originally
mom.
I was playing.
So
it
then,
that
mom
way,
did say that.
Yeah.
But you hate it that she says that.
but- Okay.
So then play it that way.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go back to that. She's a big, hefty.
Okay. I couldn't get around her, and she was screaming like a retard.
Wait, I'm so sorry. I was
back a little
focusing on the other.
Oh, back even further.
She was big. She was hefty.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that whole thing again. And she's just going off. And I can't really do anything because the place is so crowded, you know? And she's a big lady, real hefty. More chins than, what does mom say?
More chins than a Chinese phone book.
Exactly. So I can't even get around her to escape or whatever. And I'm starting to feel violated, you know?
Sure.
My personal space and my dignity or what have you. So I just made a fist, hauled off, and boom!
What does that mean?
It means I hit her.
No, you didn't.
Crazy, right?
You hit her?
Yeah, right in the face. Boom, she went down.
Oh my God, Izzy, you hit that woman?
I couldn't get around her, and she was screaming like a retard.
Izzy!
What would you have done?
Well, I certainly wouldn't have hit her, Jesus.
And you know what they don't tell you? It really hurts. To punch someone, it freaking hurts.
Well, yeah.
They don't put that on TV. It's all, now that ought to show them. But for me, it was like, motherfucker, that killed. Look at my knuckles. What?
Nothing.
You don't approve.
I didn't say that.
This lady was at me.
I know. I didn't say anything.
But you wanna though.
I just worry about you.
Don't worry about me. She was the one on the floor.
That's not what I meant. You were in a bar fight.
So?
A bar fight, Izzy.
She was up in my face.
I know, but it's so...
What?
Jerry Springer.
What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm trashy.
You punched a woman in the face.
She provoked me.
Were you drunk?
No.
I thought you were getting it together.
Don't judge me.
You said you were going to take it easy.
Man, Becca, why do you have to...
You can't be doing this kind of stuff anymore, Iz. You're not a kid anymore.
I didn't realize there was a cutoff date.
Well, there should be. For acting like a jackass, there should be a cutoff date. Were you on anything?
Oh my God.
Were you?
No. Man, why did I say anything to you?
I don't know. Why did you?
Do it again.
I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Why did you?
Look, I went out, I got into a fight, I thought it was a funny story, I thought you'd be amused.
I'm not.
Clearly.
I thought you were going to go easy. That's all. That you were going to do less of this.
Hey, I'm still coping too, Becca. I know it's not the same, but it's still hard, okay?
Don't do that.
Do what?
Give me a break.
What? I'm not allowed to be upset anymore?
You're not allowed to use him.
What are you?
As an excuse!
I'm not.
You're not allowed to use him to justify your own shit. Just don't do that. Please.
It's not what I was doing.
Okay.
I'm hungry. Mind if I get something?
Since when do you ask?
You're making me feel sensitive. Where's Howie?
He's with Rick. They're playing squash.
Squash.
If
What's
you're
this,
hungry-
pudding?
Well, if you're hungry, Isabel, grab something. Don't just stand there with the door open.
Can I have one of these? There's an extra in here.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I won't eat it if you don't want me to.
No, go ahead. There's an extra.
You sure?
Just let me finish it.
I can eat it like this.
Can't hear you, Joanne.
Just let me finish it.
I
Slower.
can eat it like this.
So good. So go back. You're doing great. Just make sure that we hear every word.
Okay.
Because it's important, the idea of you finishing something, like that's important to her character.
Okay.
She doesn't actually mind that she steals her food or eats the last one or sees whatever.
Also, I stepped on one of her lines.
Okay, and we'll go back and do that. But
Okay.
either way, rushing doesn't help. So
Okay.
now in this moment, it's like, if you're gonna eat my dessert,
Let me do it my way.
taste it the way it's supposed to be. Let me make it beautiful for you. Like, let me care for you. Like, you know. So there's a real hint here to your character.
Okay.
Yeah.
She does things a certain way, and she wants it a certain.
It's not just a certain way.
Well, no, I
I
mean-
find it lovely.
Yeah, like she wants, like if she made it, and she makes this beautiful dessert for her family of 2 now, and
Right.
so she wants to like show them that this is how she appreciates them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I have one of these? There's an extra in here.
Let's go back to the line we missed. So, since when do you ask? And then let's just slow down.
Okay. So I'll do like the laugh and where's Howie? I'll start from where's Howie.
Okay. Hold please.
Wait, I think it's before that.
So when I get up.
Yeah, let's just go from do you mind if I have something to eat?
Okay. Okay.
And then the two of you now. So here's what's amazing. Okay, the scene's incredible. You're doing a great job. Now this is a new beat.
Yeah. Well, it's like we were a flat, like a match, and then it fizzled, and then it
Right,
went out.
right. And it's still very exciting, but like we're running and now we're going slow so that we can run again. So this is a breathe moment.
Right.
and you're changing the subject a little bit. Also, you're hungry. Since when do you ask? Strange.
Okay. I'm hungry. Mind if I get something?
Since when do you ask?
So too sloppy,
Okay.
too quick and sloppy.
Okay.
Big voices.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. Mind if I get something?
Since when do you ask?
You're making me feel sensitive.
Okay, one more time. I'm gonna nitpick here.
Yeah.
You're saying since when do you ask? Really quick, as if it's like almost one word.
Okay, so I need to like enunciate and separate
Yeah.
the words. Okay.
Yeah. Really talk to her.
Okay.
I'm hungry. Mind if I get something?
Since when do you ask?
Good. And let's even slow you down too. Make it a couple different thoughts. And you don't have to even stare at her for it.
Okay. I'm hungry. Mind if I get something?
Since when do you ask?
You're making me feel sensitive.
Good. Go back. You were already going to the yes before she gave you the yes.
Okay.
Which is kind of easy. Like.
And you're overplaying the tummy.
Okay.
now. I just wanted you to realize that line is loaded. There's a reason you're hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Do me a favor, Astrid. Just look around. Just look around the space. Look around the room a little bit. Just think. And then just realize you're hungry.
I'm hungry. Mind if I get something?
Since when do you ask?
No.
No. I heard that.
Okay.
I'm hungry. Mind if I get something?
Since when do you ask?
You're making me feel.
Good. Joanne, maybe don't feel like you have to look at her.
Okay. That's probably better because I didn't. Yeah.
Because you don't think anything of it. You're just sort of being sarcastic, like.
Yeah. I'm still a little bit.
But truthfully, when's the last time she asked before she raided your fridge?
We talked about that since she was already making herself at home with the fridge.
Yeah.
I mean, with the orange juice.
But the answer is exactly what she says. You
made her feel sensitive.
were crying.
Yeah.
You were upset. So now she feels the need to ask, to be polite, because you feel bad that you just made her cry.
Rude.
You know.
I'm hungry. No, that was bad. I don't like it. I'm hungry. Mind if I get something?
Since when do you ask?
You're making me feel sensitive.
Good. All right. You almost had it, and I'll just help you so you get it.
Okay.
It's ask.
Oh, what am I saying?
You.
Since when do you ask?
Yeah. Ask is the thing you would stress.
Oh, I'm stressing you. I get it now. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. Mind if I get something?
Since when do you ask?
You're making me feel sensitive. Where's Howie?
He's with Rick. They're playing squash.
Squash. What's this, pudding?
It's gonna be creme caramel.
Howie's a lucky man. You won't see me making anyone creme caramel.
If you're hungry, Isabel, grab something. Don't just stand there with the door open.
Can I have one of these? There's an extra in here.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I won't eat it if you don't want me to.
No, go ahead. You're right. There's an extra.
You sure?
Just let me finish it.
I can eat it like this.
No, then it's just custard.
I like custard.
I didn't make custard. I made creme caramel. How's work?
Don't ask me that, please.
Why not? You got fired?
It never ends with me, does it?
Not often, no.
Don't tell Mom.
How can you get fired at Applebee's?
It was all politics. I don't really want to get it.
So at this point in time, we're now getting, most of the lines are feeling choppy. So we've got to stress voice, diction, slowing down, not allowing yourself to get lazy with certain lines. So I want to go all the way back to where we were, and I want to fight for that so that we can try to stay there. And it's okay if we don't get to the end.
Okay.
I really want to see if you can get every line where if you don't put pauses in, your talent can't come out. Okay. So where's Howie? You respond, think.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Think. Where is he?
He's with Rick.
He's with Rick.
Okay.
Not, he's with Rick.
Okay, so I just need to slow
Yes.
down.
You're in this section here, you're coming across like a teenager.
Oh,
with
okay.
like really quick voice and quick words, and that's common. Mm-hmm. So now you have to understand that it's really important that you slow down and say every word, and then if it doesn't come out real, then we have to find a way to add the reality to that.
Okay.
But that is like, it's essential.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So from that part, the where's...
Yeah, where's Howie?
Oh, wait, that's... Yeah. I'm hungry. Mind if I get something?
Since when do you ask?
You're
That's
making
still
me...
too fast?
It was, but
Yeah.
it was funnier.
Oh, because I did ask.
Because you did ask. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm hungry. Mind if I get something?
Since when do you ask?
You're making me feel sensitive. Where's Howie?
He's with Rick. They're playing squash.
Squash. What's this, pudding?
It's going to be creme caramel.
Howie's a lucky man. You won't see me making anyone creme caramel.
If you're hungry, Isabel, grab something. Don't stand there with the door open.
Can I have one of these? There's an extra in here.
So you already know what it is, right?
Oh yeah, so I'm acting all puzzled. Can I have one of these? There's an extra in here.
Slower.
Can I have one of these? There's
Yeah, see, that's the rhythm. So you found it by slowing down. So slow down.
Can I have one of these? There's an extra in here.
Stay on her, Joanne, the whole time.
Yeah, okay.
Stay on her.
Well, I won't eat it if you don't want me to.
No, go ahead. You're right. There's an extra. I'm still too fast.
But it's better, and keep your eyes on her.
You sure?
Just let me finish it.
Yeah, good. So what I want from you now is the whole time she's holding that, have it be bothering you that it's not done.
Oh, okay. See, I was thinking it was bothering me for a different reason.
What was that?
Well, it's it's an extra. I made an extra. There's only 2 of us.
Oh, that's deeper.
I know, that makes me sad.
I know.
And that's why I'm like, yeah, okay. I don't want her to catch me that I make extra desserts.
Sure, sure.
I mean, why else would there be one?
It's better.
All right.
Pardon me.
Can I have one of these? There's an extra in here.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I won't eat it if you don't want me to.
No, go ahead. You're right. There's an extra.
You sure?
Yeah, good. Slow down. I won't eat it. Really slow that down.
I won't eat it if you don't want me to.
Just let me finish it.
Slow down.
I know, I did it so fast. All right. Just let me finish it.
I can eat it like this.
No. Then it's just custard.
Slow down.
No. Then it's just custard.
I like custard.
I didn't make custard. I made creme caramel. How's work? Oh, how's work?
Yeah, good. Why don't you go explore the clothes a little bit,
Me?
Astrid? Yeah.
Oh my God, you're so rude.
Sorry, and that's a mess also.
Go back to how's work. Nice and slow.
How's work?
Don't ask me that, please.
Slower.
Don't ask me that, please.
Why not? You got fired.
No.
You got fired.
So, bring the mom out in you here.
Okay. How's work?
Don't ask me that, please.
Why not? You got fired.
No.
No.
You're be more accusatory or disappointed.
Yeah, because I feel like I kind of expect that of her. Like
You got fired, like again?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? A bar fight, fired, like.
Okay. How's work?
More.
Oh. How's work?
Don't ask me that, please.
See her?
Why not?
No.
Why not?
Why not? Like, yeah. You,
Oh.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, good. So now go again and listen, Joanne, because she's giving you hints
With her face.
with body language, her voice, and you're going, wait a minute.
Okay. How's work?
Don't ask me that, please.
Why not? You got fired?
It never ends with me, does it?
Not often, no.
Do that again, Joanne. You were right. It should have come after the line. The gesture.
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
I see. Okay, okay.
It's weird how something like that changes everything, but just go right from that same line.
I'm sorry, my nose is so drippy. Let me just try and take care of that. Okay, so I'm going to start from.
She'll start from "It never ends with me," does it?
Okay.
And you can be right there.
Okay.
Just listen.
It never ends with me, does it?
Not often, no.
Don't tell Mom.
How can you get fired from Applebee's?
It was all
Do it again,
politics.
Joanne. That's got to be together, but not fast.
Okay. How can you get fired from Applebee's?
There was a pause again.
There was. How can you get fired from Applebee's?
I think you're putting too much effort on how.
Okay. How can you get fired from Applebee's?
Good. That's right. And then get fired. Those two words will be stressed a little bit without the pause.
Okay. How can you get fired from Applebee's?
From Applebee's.
From Applebee's.
Yeah. Again.
Of all places.
Yeah.
How can you get fired from Applebee's?
Too fast.
Oh. How can you get fired
fast.
from Applebee's? I'm sorry
fast.
about the pause. It was
fast.
so close. How can you get fired
Too fast.
from How can you get fired from Applebee's?
It was all politics. I don't really want to get into it. Thank you. I like how it oozes.
Of course you do.
Couldn't hear you, Joanne.
Oh, of course you do. No, it's more funny. Hold on. Of course you do.
Yep.
Better than custard, isn't it?
What?
Better than custard, isn't it?
Too fast.
Better than custard, isn't it?
Too fast.
You're doing this on purpose.
Better than custard, isn't it?
Yeah, that was it. But then you missed the second part.
It's don't eat the isn't it?
You missed the isn't it? But yeah, the rest of it was right.
Oh, okay.
Because here's the thing: we're doing a callback now,
Oh, dear.
and this ends up being a rule of 3. No, then it's just custard. I like custard. Well, I didn't make custard. I made this.
Oh, so now I have to
the third
change
time you say it is going to be better than custard,
Okay.
isn't it? I'll admit, you're right. This is awesome.
Better than custard, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You were right. Again. And again. And again.
Keep eating.
And again. And I wasn't using him as an excuse. I was just saying that it's been hard to pull it together, that's all, for all of us.
Izzy, please.
Astrid, can you try to go emotional here?
I could try.
Breathe.
And I wasn't using him as an excuse. I was just saying that it's been hard to pull it together. That's all. For all of us.
Izzy, please.
And I wasn't drinking when I hit that lady.
Slow down.
And I wasn't drinking when I hit that lady.
Yeah, right.
Again, Astrid. So you're putting a pause in where it doesn't belong. So then, and this happens oftentimes when we'll say like slow down and use the words. So what you'll end up doing is slowing down part of it, pausing so it takes longer, and then speeding up the end. So like, and I wasn't drinking when I hit that lady. instead of nice and slow throughout the whole thing, no pause whatsoever, and there's a big difference.
Okay, I understand. And
So that pause doesn't belong.
yeah. And
That pause doesn't belong.
I wasn't drinking when I hit that lady. Stone sober.
Yeah, right.
No,
Too soon.
too fast. So it's, and I wasn't drinking when I hit that lady. Stone sober. Yeah, right. So for the both of you, it's that type of precise getting through the line, but being specific with each word as you go. And you're hearing it. As you slow down, your instinct is coming out, and it's beautiful. Like you're hitting, that's why I say your talent comes out, because when you give yourself the room to do something with each word, you find it.
I like that shimmy.
Did I do a shimmy?
Sorry.
And I wasn't drinking when I hit that lady. Stone sober.
Yeah, right.
I wasn't. I just had soda that night.
What?
I just had soda that night.
You think she's gonna press charges?
Nope.
Oh. Well, there's supposed to be a dryer buzz. We didn't.
A what?
A dryer buzz. We didn't. We forgot to set that up.
Okay.
So I'm supposed to hear a dryer buzz, and then I go towards it when she starts telling
That's
more.
cool. Either way, don't throw the line away.
Okay. Point taken.
Want me to go from when I wasn't
Sure.
and I wasn't actually. And I wasn't drinking.
No.
And I wasn't drinking when I hit that lady. Stone sober.
Yeah, right.
I was. I just had soda that night.
She gonna press charges, you think?
I feel like that's too fast.
My walk, or is she gonna press charges?
She's gonna press charges.
Oh man! All right.
Just go from that line.
She gonna press charges, you think?
That was closer, except for you were,
You think? I
you were
rushed.
just worried about it. But that's actually got to be the pace.
Okay.
So that's what I meant. Like if you can find that pace, but then bring in the reality of it, you'll like it.
Okay. She gonna press charges, you think?
No, Augie would kill her. She's over it anyway.
Again, Astrid, each word.
No, Augie would kill her. She's over it anyway. She moved out, went to her cousins or something.
What are you talking about?
She moved out of Augie's place. They're not together anymore.
And eat. Duh.
They're not together anymore.
And eat.
I'm sorry. Do you know these people?
Yeah, good. So that joke doesn't hit if you're looking at her. And there were a few moments I didn't touch on like that, where you want to realize like when I look, when I don't look, when I'm being casual, on purpose, because I'm hiding things.
Because you're a liar.
Because you're a liar. Yeah. All right, good. That's our scene. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's talk about it. What's your big takeaways from Masterclass? I'd love to hear where you're at.
Okay. Well, I knew you were going to make me cry again. No. It was really, I feel like this was a great experience. I didn't want to do this. I really didn't. When Brian asked me, I said no, and then Joey cornered me like a rat. And then I still didn't think I was going to do it. And I'm not ready. I feel like I'm still above my pay grade, but I'm so grateful that you let me. Thank you. And also, I've got a lot of work to do.
Oh my God. Good.
Yeah.
So when you say that, what is it that you see?
Well, I feel like, can I sit?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm, because of the way I got into it, I just feel like I'm so not,
in the same space as everybody else. So when I'm in the room, I often feel like I'm more in the way, like in the. So that's what I mean. Does that make sense? It's like when there's somebody that like kind of distracts or like isn't, kind of makes the lesson go slower, maybe. I feel like you're being scary, like Astrid. No.
I can't help it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find what to say here. So, because I have to say the right thing after what you just said. So do me a favor, put your hand out like this. Slap it with your other hand. Because what you're saying is bullshit. And you need to hear this and hear it loud and clear. You're a shining light and a beacon, and we are so grateful to have you in this class. Every single person I guarantee you, would want to slap you because they can't believe you would think of yourself that way.
Boom.
Because you know, and I'll be honest with everybody in the room here. You know, there was a time when Masterclass was on its feet in a whole different way a few years ago, and a lot of the people wouldn't have gotten into the class at that time because we were pretty much full.
Right, and that's how I still see it. Like I still see it as like, what am I doing here?
But I was doing 6 scenes a day, 2 days in a row. It was a 4-day class, and I've done up to 8 scenes in a day, 2 days in a row, 4-day class. The marathon is unbelievable. And what I'm telling you is you're rebuilding something. And what's happening in the room is truth. What's happening in the room is unbelievable. It is good. You were good today. You were excellent today when you were bringing out your emotion. You were allowing yourself to feel through a moment. You were fighting it back just like she would. And you were doing justice to these characters, to yourself, to the playwright. It was an honor to coach you today. And you needed the lesson. You know, and a lot of people needed that lesson. People don't have any clue about diction and why. They don't get it. But then, and a lot of times people will hear me coach. I hear this all the time. Like, I don't know why you keep stopping them. I don't know why you keep stopping them. And then all of a sudden it's like, then you get the note and they're like, oh, it can be better. You know? And so that was happening for you here. So the win is that you say, I have so much work to do. Cool. But you cannot beat yourself up, and you cannot expose that side of yourself, and yes, be grateful, that's awesome, but at the same time you belong in the room, you know, just as much as the next person, and more so, and what you brought to this class, what you brought to this day is like unbelievable. You cannot sell that short, please.
Thank you.
Right? Yeah. So let's talk about what you took away from Masterclass more so. Let's dive in deeper. Because you said I was going to make you cry, right? But what you knew was going to happen was we were going to get to truth together.
Right.
And the truth was going to make you cry because the truth of this is scary and sad.
Yeah, no, I feel like it's kind of like Nick. Like for so long I've been told to push things down or not let certain things out, and in order to get good at this or to develop the skills, I have to run towards what I've been running away from. And so, you know, I can't go over it, I can't go under it, I can't go around it, I've got to go through it.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stuff to go through.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But I do see that if I would allow myself to do that, it would make it so much easier for me. I feel like I'm making it hard on myself because I've just so used to not being open and not allowing emotions or not wanting to share emotions. But I can see where that's where the strength is in releasing the emotions and sharing those emotions. So that, I mean, I would say that's
and I know you know that intellectually, and I know you know it from being in the class and watching others do it, and then you appreciate it. Like you're grateful as the audience member when you're in that state, right? So then you go, okay, how do I get better at that? Well, part of it is just healing. Part of it is forgiveness. Part of it is going into certain places, and it's realizing, yes, that it's your power, and that you have all these gifts that you get to give, and then it's a new mental training where you have to undo the damage.
Right.
And the damage is not what's been done to you. The damage is what was being said to you when you were feeling, or what you were saying to yourself when you were feeling.
Well, and that I believed it, I think is.
Yeah, that's right. And so now you have to rewrite the script and go, I feel good, say yes, cry, celebrate, get a cookie. You know, is the idea. Is like, okay, and I talked to Joey about this a lot. I like this idea of a cookie. So if I want to train somebody how to deal with me, I want to give them a cookie. Okay, and that might be a compliment, it might be a whatever, but I think of it like a dog. It's the same concept. If you want the repeat behavior, you want to reward it. So let's just say, you know, that Joey points out something I did wrong. If I actually really do want people to be honest with me, then I have to give him a cookie when he does that.
Right.
I have to say thank you. I have to be grateful. Like I should take him out to lunch when he points out something wrong, if I'm encouraging that kind of repeat behavior, right? So now for yourself, you have to do the same thing and go, I'm rewriting my own history here, and I have to reprogram myself with new conditioning that says, this is good, I get celebrated for this thing, I get rewarded for this thing, I get patted on the back for this thing, patted on the back, and I don't get tree limb. In other words, your daughter doesn't have to. She won't have to cut it off because you did for her. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
You know, like my kids may not have to suffer through fighting off alcoholism because I cut the root. But I grew up in a household where when I was 12, Grandpa said, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and we were drinking, and it was fun, and it was celebrated, and it wasn't weird. There was nothing weird about it. It's fine. But I realized, hey, like this could be a problem long term. We better cut this thing. And like, I don't know what's going to happen with my kids, but it's possible that was a gift that I give moving forward. So you can do the same thing, and you're doing it. You know, you're constantly in the middle of it right now. But yeah, it's beautiful.
Thank you.
And you're a powerhouse on the stage. You just started. You just started. I mean, you're brand new, and as you lean into the confidence mixed with the humility, you're going to crush.
I hope so.
I know so.
Yeah.
I know it to be a fact. So now it's a matter of you have to maintain the humility. That's going to be the hard part, believe it or not. 2 years from now, you're going to be really good. And then you got to stay humble, and you got to stay hungry, and you got to, like, depending on how far you want to go with it, but you can go pretty far.
Thank you, Matt.
Good job. My turn.
Your turn.
You ate a lot of it. we didn't put this.
I know we didn't. Okay, so for me, I feel like I learned, so my main motive, I guess, was to work with a scene partner. I've never really acted before, so I felt like it's one thing to act a certain way just by myself and another to actually bring something to life with another person. So I really love that dynamic, and that also helped me realize that like you had said, like the play finds you. And I recall like Brian telling me like, go big. And like for me, I'm so uncomfortable knowing when I'm going big, as opposed to once I've gone big, somebody says, whoa, like you're a lot to handle. You know, so like for it to like be okay on the stage is like really cool. But still, sometimes I feel like I don't know how far I can go with it and when it's appropriate, because I'm still getting comfortable being that way, I guess, if that makes sense.
So it's almost the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, because it's you being willing to be the thing that everyone's telling you not to be, and that now it's being celebrated.
Yeah. Yes.
And that is, I mean, that is what we do, right? We take the weird, let's say in improv, and we celebrate it. We take the weird and we're like, let's make that, like that is the thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly.
And I believe, I'm sure you believe too, like that once you figure out who you are and you start to lean into what's unique about you, that's when the world kind of starts bending to your will, because you're not trying to be something you're not.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so you're becoming you, and you're opening up into this world. And did you rewatch the tape from 2 days ago?
Yeah.
I knew it by the opening word, because you were listening to me 2 days ago, but it didn't sink in really. It didn't connect. You weren't really able to do it. I didn't know what to expect. You opened your mouth and I go, oh, she gets it. Yeah, and now I can direct at in a new level now, and we could have done other things if I wanted to with that opening monologue. We could have played with it in new ways, because you heard it, you got it, you go, oh, okay, I get this. I'm going to practice it. I'm going to figure it out, and then I'm going to go. And that's what you did. It was really, really fun to watch.
Thank you.
It was.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch this back because I don't remember what I did there. What else did I learn? I think what I'm still, like, it's ongoing and I know it will happen for next time, is just that emotional part, is like going from so high to low, which I do in real life, but it's hard for me to connect that to something that's already scripted for me. So like I'll know by reading something, okay, this is where I should be coming down, but I don't know how to do that. So like I feel like that's going to be my next push and my next challenge for myself, is tuning into all of my emotions that I feel because I'm the type of person that's like, if I'm sad, I'm extremely sad until I am ready to come out of that. So however, I don't know how I go from being so mad to like crying when something's scripted.
Pay attention to you. I bet you transition more than you realize.
Yeah, I really do. I've been called bipolar because like literally like my moods can change so easily, but then I don't know how to become aware of that in acting.
But what I'm saying is, even in life, even people calling you that, I'm telling you, you probably transition more. You feel without showing as much, more than you realize. I bet you. Like when I asked you to go to your sadness, and you said, sure, I'll try. You didn't go to tears.
Right.
But you found the truth in the lines by going to the fact that she's sad about, like she really, like that's not, her talking about her dead nephew is not easy, especially in front of his mom. And so she said, and so you went to that place, and it wasn't tears for you, but it was this sense of sadness and grief, the way she was grieving in this exact moment. And that brought out the line, and you'll like the way you said it, and you'll like the interaction you had with Joanne, because it just fit. And so it doesn't mean you have to go to 100 there. It means you have to be authentic. And if you understand what the note is, give the character the right thoughts.
Okay.
And that's going to be one of the hardest things, and this is the hardest thing for everybody actually, is understanding that thoughts create emotion. And emotion creates movement. So if you're not thinking as the character, you can't feel as the character. And it's so hard to think as the character. It's so hard to stop, slow down, and let the character have a thought. And that's when you know you're really in it, because you're thinking as the character. You're not thinking, what's my next line? You're not thinking, where do I go next, or whatever. You've been in it so much that you literally start to think as the character, and then it really opens up for you. It's a whole nother level that you get to experience, which is awesome. Like, it's super fun. And then you realize that's where my movement comes from. So if I think something and it makes me excited, and then I think something and I wonder, yep, just like I thought, she's getting into my story. And I think something, and now I'm feeling even more excited. See what's happening in my hand? So from the thought comes the movement, and now I want to move and tell the story because of my thoughts connecting. So it's not just I'm moving for no reason or moving because I know it's right, but it's like, really, where's the source of that coming from? Then when something changes, I'll have a new thought, which may cause more movement or less movement. And the thought creates the emotion creates the movement.
So I need to like do more picturing before speaking, and that will probably also slow me down.
100%. So pick up a fork. You have a fork there still?
Yeah.
Okay. Now wait. Now.
I love this.
Okay. Think to yourself. Just it is your own private moment. No one's around. Think to yourself, I cannot wait to get home and kiss my husband. Just think that, see it, picture it, and have a bite. Dude, you're a lucky man. You're a lucky man. You see that?
Probably seeing it.
No, I meant, do you see it? You see what happened to you? So your thoughts created all this stuff in you, and then the way you eat is special. But if I tried to direct you and said, okay, eat like you like a guy, right? Yeah, it's so that's the idea, is like what you can do now from the character's perspective. She's trying to say something. What is she thinking about? What is she remembering? You know, the clothes are in the room. She'll see those. She'll remember. She'll think certain things. She'll maybe you know, Joanne was so smart and she was so right about the third dessert. Again, like but right. So but maybe you see that in her. You notice it. You have a thought life connected to the same concept. You react. You then speak from the memory of your nephew. It changes the lines. It does all the work for you on the delivery, but there's a lot of work up here, and it takes a lot of work to get there to be totally free, to be able to release in that way that I can actually think as the character.
Yeah, I get it now. I get that. Thank you.
Welcome.
Makes sense.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank
That was
you.
great.
Yay! So fun.
All right. That is our masterclass. Thank you so much for tuning in. Quick recap here. We had Barefoot in the Park. We learned about marriage, listening, being willing to do things that are abnormal. In other words, being barefoot in the park, doing it for a specific purpose. And I ought to be in pictures. It's never too late to forgive. It's never too late to ask for forgiveness. Power of being wrong, being willing to try. Find the power of letting go of past and still owning our ancestry. Where's my money? We found beauty in the strangest places and in the strangest people. The absolute power of subtext. The grass is not always greener on the other side. Let go of people's approval and understanding how deep and cutting our words can be to the point that we can drive somebody to the absolute end. In proof, we learned to be vulnerable. We learned to allow others to help and love us. We learned that people will surprise you. You never know who's a genius. We learned that intention matters, and we learned to, as actors, find the proof. Find the proof in what you're doing, and then be willing to be wrong and find a new proof. Very important. And here in the rabbit hole, we learned how valuable each and every one of us are, and that you do belong in the room if you're willing to put in the work. And we learned how much Astrid loves her husband. That's it. Thank you so much. We will see you in the next masterclass.
All right. We made a
Probably
mess.
should.
Yeah, we did.
So it's a tradition. We always take masterclass photo. So
Good thing I look good today.